Chapter 118. When dawn was about to break, Du Xiaofu's fingerprints moved across the woman's delicate body. Phew! Exhaling a long breath, Du Xiaofu's face was pale. This had consumed a lot of energy. Treating the old illness around the woman's divine watchtower was much more difficult than Du Xiaofu had imagined. Within the old illness, there was a cold aura that could not be dispersed. The cold aura could not be dispersed no matter how one tried to dispel it. It also had a corrosive effect on profound energy and was extremely insidious. Originally, Du Xiaofu was a little puzzled as to why the woman's injuries had not healed after 3 years. Those injuries did not seem serious and could be treated by a 3-star spirit talisman master who was proficient in alchemy. She could even use her own breathing to recover. At this moment, Du Xiaofu knew the reason. Ordinary spirit talisman masters could not do anything about the cold aura, let alone him. However, Du Xiaofu was practicing the cultivation method of the golden-winged great rock. This cultivation method was extremely young and tough, and was the natural nemesis of the cold aura. This was why Du Xiaofu happened to be able to uproot the old illness in the woman's body. It's done. Du Xiaofu looked at the woman who seemed to still be unconscious. She should be waking up soon, unless his antidote was useless. With a smile on his face, he finally left the woman's room. Creak! When the door to the room opened and closed with a creak, the unconscious woman on the bed suddenly opened her eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered and her eyes were like limpid autumn waters, moving one's heart and soul. Who is this person? He can actually treat the old illness in my body. However, he is quite honest and did not move around. Could it be that I am not charming enough? Looking at his back, he seems to be a youth, the woman muttered softly, a slight blush creeping onto her pale cheeks. In fact, she had already been awake for an hour. When she first woke up, she felt a man's hand moving around her delicate body. She was so scared that her heart trembled. She thought that she had finally fallen into the hands of those bastards. However, he immediately felt a wave of yang profound energy enter his body from the spirit gate. It was obvious that it was healing his injuries. That pair of man's hands gently moved around her body, but they were well behaved. They did not have any improper thoughts, nor did they take the opportunity to approach places that they should not approach. However, she was a woman after all. Although she could be considered to be in a brothel, no man had ever been able to get so close to her. As she thought about the man's hands roaming around her body, she could feel warmth flowing through her body wherever they passed. It was as if there was a warm current flowing through her body, especially under her lower abdomen. But when she thought of this, she felt a strange feeling in her heart. "Brother Xiaofu, how's my aunt?" Seeing Du Xiaofu come out, Dai Xingyu's clear eyes were fixed on him, full of expectation. "She should be fine. She'll wake up in at most 2 to 4 hours. I'll go back and do some breathing exercises first," Du Xiaofu said to Dai Xingyu. "Okay, I'll send Brother Xiaofu to his room," Dai Xingyu said happily. Hearing that her aunt was fine, she felt relieved and smiled happily. "No need, I know the way. You should rest early too," Du Xiaofu said, completely ignoring the fact that he was still a guest here. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger finally found an opportunity. It struggled out of Dai Xingyu's embrace and immediately followed Du Xiaofu. It did not want to be ravaged by that girl Dai Xingyu anymore. "Okay, thank you, Brother Xiaofu," Dai Xingyu said happily. She wanted to go and see her aunt, but she was afraid that she would disturb her aunt's recovery, so she skipped back to her room. Night covered the sky, and the vast Lanling Prefecture city was completely shrouded in darkness. The stars in the sky were faintly bright. "Guoxiao, we found the place where that brat is staying." In a luxurious courtyard, a young man with a palm print on his face respectfully said to a young man who was lying in the arms of a woman enjoying a massage, "I sent out many of my father's men, and we finally found the place where that brat is staying?" The young man's face was pale. He was originally lying in the arms of a charming woman, and his eyes were slightly closed as he enjoyed the massage. Hearing this, he immediately opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed as he asked, "Did you find out where that brat came from?" "Not yet, it's an old house. He should still be with that girl from the day," the young man immediately replied. "Humph, no matter who it is, if I don't get my revenge, then I, Guokuin, won't be able to appear in Lanling Prefecture City in the future." Guokuin's face was gloomy, and a cold aura gushed out. It scared the charming woman behind him, and her eyes were filled with fear. It was as if she was afraid of offending someone she could not afford to offend. The young man with the palm print on his face hesitated for a moment, then he gathered his courage and said, "Guo Xiao, that brat's strength seems to be extraordinary. Why don't we ask my father for help?" "Trash, humph." Guokuin glared at the young man, then coldly snorted and said, "Just a brat, and we have to make such a big deal out of it. Do we want everyone in Lanling Prefecture City to know how useless we are? Should I ask my father to deal with that brat?" "Guo Xiao is right, I was wrong." The young man was embarrassed, as if he was afraid that he would be slapped again. "If we can't even find a way to deal with that brat, then it can only mean that we are trash." Guokuin sat up, and a trace of cold arrogance appeared in his eyes. Then he said, "I'll go find He Jun and ask him to do it. I think it's enough." "Yeah, find He Jun, he will definitely be able to deal with that brat." The young man's face was filled with joy. In the room, Du Xiaofu stopped his practice and let out a long breath. After a few hours of meditation, he recovered quite a bit. Walking out of the room, Du Xiaofu stretched his body. In the morning, he took a deep breath of the fresh air in the courtyard, and he felt refreshed and full of energy. Roar! A deep roar suddenly sounded out, and the king-scaled demon tiger came to Du Xiaofu's side. Its eyes were vigilant, as if it was trying to tell Du Xiaofu something. Du Xiaofu's expression sank, and he muttered, "Is it those silk pants from yesterday?" Bang bang! Early in the morning, the door of the old mansion was kicked open. The door was actually quite sturdy, but it was knocked off its frame and fell to the ground. Following that, hundreds of people walked in aggressively. "Guokuin, why did you bring me here?" A tall and sturdy young man walked out from the crowd, and the young man beside him was Guokuin. Guokuin stood in front of the tall and sturdy young man, and he was a head shorter. He looked around the old mansion and said, "I brought you to find a brat. He is very strong, but I don't know if you are a match for him. Don't tell me you can't beat him?" The tall and sturdy young man looked at Guokuin, and his broad chest muscles bulged slightly. "Who are you? Why did you break into my house?" At this moment, Dai Xingyu hurriedly ran out from the courtyard. When she saw Guokuin, her face turned pale with fright and she said, "It's you, bad guy. Little girl, we meet again." Guokuin's eyes flickered and he said, "Where is that brat from yesterday?" "I don't know. Brother Xiaofu is not here, he left." Although Dai Xingyu was a little flustered, she was not stupid. These people were aggressive, and they must be here to take revenge on Brother Xiaofu. There were so many of them, and Brother Xiaofu definitely could not beat them. Therefore, she must not let Brother Xiaofu be found. She even hoped that Brother Xiaofu had left. "Little girl, you don't even know how to lie." Guokuin's face was gloomy. Looking at Dai Xingyu's flustered appearance, he knew that Dai Xingyu was lying. He said, "Let's find that brat first, then we will slowly play with you. I didn't expect young Master Guo and young Master He to come. What a coincidence." A clear voice like a silver bell rang out. A girl walked out from the inner courtyard. She looked to be in her early 20s, and she walked slowly. Her delicate body was like a jade willow, light and tender. Some girls were very beautiful, but their temperament was lacking. Some girls might have temperament, but their beauty was lacking. However, this girl was different. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was perfect. This girl was very beautiful. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also very elegant. Her long black hair was so shiny that it could reflect one's reflection. She was naturally draped over her waist. She was wearing a long dress, and her temperament was otherworldly. She was so beautiful that she was like a fairy that had walked out of a painting. Everyone immediately looked at the girl, and many of them were in a daze. Gwakoin and Hee-jun were also surprised because they knew this girl. However, they did not expect her to appear here. "Auntie, they are all bad people. They even bullied me yesterday. If it wasn't for Brother Xiaofu, I wouldn't have been able to come back yesterday." When Dai Xingyu saw this girl, she immediately hid behind her timidly. Then, she thought of something and said in surprise, "Auntie, are you all right? That's great. You scared me to death. I didn't know what to do. Luckily, I met Brother Xiaofu. All right, I'm here. There's no need for a handkerchief." The girl patted Dai Xingyu's hair. Then, she looked at Gwakoin and the rest. How could she not know who they were? "Miss Yuru, why are you here? Is this little girl your—" Gwakoin was surprised. His gaze fell on the girl. He could hear that the little girl seemed to be calling Morong Yuru auntie. "This is an old house that I bought a long time ago. Xingyu is my elder sister's daughter. My elder sister and I have a big age difference, so the age difference between Xingyu and me is small." Morong Yuru's eyes were like water as she looked at Gwakoin, Hee-jun, and the rest. Then, she said, "Young Master Gua and young Master He came here so aggressively. Could it be that someone has offended the two of you?" Chapter 119. It's a boy called Du Xiaofu. "Since this is Miss Yorua's home, I'll give you face. I only need to take that boy away," Gwakoin said to Miss Yorua. Gwakoin said to Morong Yorua. Suddenly, he became very elegant and even a little passionate. Morong Yorua frowned inwardly. She knew these people's identities and their power. They could do whatever they wanted in a place as big as Lanling Prefecture City. "Young Master Gua, there's only the two of us in my house. There's no one else," Morong Yorua said. Gwakoin was stunned. Then, he looked at Morong Yorua with a slightly gloomy expression. "It's fine. I'll just search around." "Young Master Gua, that's not very good," Morong Yorua said. Hearing this, Gwakoin's expression became more and more gloomy. He slowly took 2 steps forward, then stared at Morong Yorua and said, "Morong Yorua, do you think I'm an idiot?" Morong Yorua was stunned. She knew in her heart that Gwakoin was definitely not a fool. She quickly explained, "How can young Master Gua be a fool? If you're a fool, then there's no smart person in Lanling Prefecture City. Since you don't think I'm a fool, why are you patronizing me? Don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you have someone protecting you. You have to understand that no matter what, you're still someone from your hometown. I'm giving you face because of that person. Otherwise, do you think I'll put you in my eyes? Don't really think I'm a fool." Gwakoin was about to explode. If it wasn't for that person, he would have touched this woman long ago. However, that person was sandwiched between them, making him feel very vexed. Morong Yorua sighed. She felt that she was sometimes so powerless. This was not her home. This was Lanling Prefecture City. In this place, there were too many things that were beyond one's control. If it was before, although these people had strong backgrounds, there was no need to care too much. However, everything was different now. "You do look like a fool. Don't you know whether you're a fool or not?" Dai Xingyu looked innocently at Gwakoin and said, "That's right. If you were an idiot, you wouldn't know. But you are definitely a bad person." As Dai Xingyu spoke, Morong Yurua's expression also began to change. "Haha, interesting. Gwakoin, don't tell me you've really gone stupid." Hee-jun laughed. Seeing Gwakoin being scolded by a little girl, he had no reason not to laugh. This made his mood very good. "Little girl, come over here." Gwakoin's face darkened. He would deal with anyone who laughed at him, but Hee-jun laughed at him, so he could only vent his anger on Dai Xingyu. "Young Master Gua, that's not what Xingyu meant." Morong Yorua continued to explain. She didn't expect Xingyu to speak so bluntly. She immediately stood in front of Dai Xingyu. Who do you think you are? Without anyone supporting you, you're nothing. Get lost. Seeing Murong Yurua standing in front of him, Guokuan became even more furious. He directly waved his hand at Murong Yurua. Guokuan used his left hand because his right hand hadn't recovered yet. In fact, it wouldn't recover completely in a short period of time. Bang! A deep sonic boom rang out. A faint golden light surged out. Then, Guokuan's body was directly sent flying. At this moment, He-jun's gaze moved. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Chi! A purple-robed youth with a wildcat by his side appeared in everyone's line of sight. He had a resolute face and sharp eyes. He was only 16 or 17 years old, but his eyes were filled with a gaze that made one's heart tremble. Murong Yurua curiously looked at the purple-robed youth, who suddenly appeared. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes were like water. She knew that Guokuan's strength wasn't ordinary. He was at the pulse realm and profound realm. He was stronger than her. Of course, she had never publicly revealed that she cultivated the martial way in the past 3 years. However, this purple-robed youth was actually able to force Guokuan back in one move. It was enough to show how strong he was. Murong Yurua could also tell that this purple-robed youth was the youth who had helped her heal yesterday. However, this was the first time she had seen this youth's appearance. He was 16 or 17 years old, younger than her. However, his face was resolute, and the gaze in his sharp and deep eyes made her feel that this youth was different from Guokuan and the others. Big Brother Xiaofu. After seeing Du Xiaofu, Dai Xingyu immediately went to Du Xiaofu's side with a happy and worried expression. She said, "These bad guys are here again." Du Xiaofu's expression eased a little. He patted his chest and said to Dai Xingyu with a smile, "It's all right. I'm the nemesis of bad guys, the embodiment of justice. Don't be afraid." "You're not from Lanling Prefecture City?" Murong Yurua looked at Du Xiaofu with a frown. "I'm not." Du Xiaofu's gaze finally landed on Murong Yurua. Although he already knew that she was a very beautiful woman yesterday, it felt different when she stood in front of him. Under her long eyelashes, her eyes glowed with spiritual light. Her temperament was like a gentle breeze that gently brushed past. She was very beautiful. This woman was like a flower, but she was definitely not a vase. This was the feeling in Du Xiaofu's heart. Du Xiaofu even felt that when he looked at this woman, something seemed to fluctuate in his heart, stirring up his feelings. "Are you all right?" Du Xiaofu then said a few more words to the woman in front of him. It was as if he should say a few more words to this woman. "I'm fine. Thank you." Murong Yurua looked at Du Xiaofu with some gratitude in her eyes. But then, for some reason, a blush crept onto her cheeks. She remembered that it was this young man who had moved his hands up and down her body. Although he was extremely well-behaved, he had still moved his hands up and down her body where no man had ever touched her before, even though they were separated by her clothes. What am I thinking? Why would I think that? This young man is only 2 or 3 years older than Xingyu. Murong Yurua said to herself in her heart. Suddenly, the blush on her face faded a lot. "That's good." Du Xiaofu nodded. He felt very relaxed and comfortable talking to the woman in front of him. After Guokuan was forced back again, he raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu, who had suddenly appeared. He wasn't surprised, but a chill flashed in his eyes. He looked at the burly He-jun beside him and said, "He-jun, it's this kid. I'm afraid you're not his match." When the wolf-like guards saw that the 2 young masters didn't give them any orders, and that the other party was very powerful, they naturally wouldn't rush to get beaten up. "He's indeed very strong. You deliberately asked me to help you deal with him, right?" He-jun looked at Guokuan, who had been forced back, and said, "If you want my help, that's fine. But don't treat me like a fool. I'm preparing to make a breakthrough recently. I just need a few medicinal pills to assist me." "Does your White Tiger sect lack a few lousy medicinal pills?" Guoquan looked at He-jun. He knew that He-jun didn't lack a few lousy medicinal pills. I like to earn it myself, He-jun seriously said to Guoquan. You like to snatch it yourself. Meng like I is the one who likes to earn it himself, Guoquan secretly said in his heart. However, he nodded at He-jun and said, No problem. I'll give you a few more when the time comes. Okay. He-jun lightly smiled. Then, his burly body directly walked towards Du Xiaofu. He-jun took 5 steps in a row. With each step, the ground beneath his feet cracked. His aura was astonishing. His burly body was like a wild beast. He stared at Du Xiaofu and said, Brat, Guoquan said that you're very strong. He said that even I can't do anything to you. Du Xiaofu looked at He-jun. That burly body made Du Xiaofu slightly raise his head and asked, Who are you? Like Guoquan, he's one of the Lanling 4 young masters. He's the young master of the White Tiger sect, the largest sect in the Lanling prefecture. What he likes to do the most is to snatch people's belongings. Murong Yorua softly said to Du Xiaofu. Murong Yorua has already revealed my identity. My name is He-jun, He-jun said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu once again looked at He-jun with a face full of regret. He sighed and said, You've been betrayed by Guoquan. He only wants to use you. It's not good to have such a friend. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Guoquan coldly snorted from afar. He fiercely glared at Du Xiaofu. It doesn't matter. My relationship with him isn't that good. It's just that someone has arranged the 4 of us together. As for using me, it doesn't matter. As long as I don't suffer any losses, it's fine. He-jun looked at Du Xiaofu and said, No. Du Xiaofu shook his head. He still regretfully said to He-jun, Guoquan deliberately sent you here. He didn't want you to deal with me, but wanted me to deal with you. In fact, compared to you, my relationship with him is deeper. You have feelings for Guoquan? He-jun was puzzled. He really couldn't tell. Bastard, when did we have feelings for each other? Guoquan, who was behind He-jun, finally couldn't bear it and loudly shouted at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu was indifferent. He looked at Guoquan and said, As the saying goes, beating is affection and scolding is love. Without beating or scolding, there are no feelings. I broke both your hands and scolded you yesterday. Doesn't that mean we have feelings for each other? When Guoquan heard this, his face turned red with anger. Pfft! Dai Xingyu couldn't help but laugh. Murong Yorua also pursed her lips and smiled. Her gaze was fixed on the youth's back. You have a glib tongue. You're very similar to that brat Meng like I. I don't really like him. He-jun shook his head. His eyes suddenly revealed an ominous glint. He stared at Du Xiaofu and said, But I feel that you won't be enough for me to beat you up. How about this, hand over your Qianquan bag, and I won't beat you up? As his voice faded, a powerful aura surged from He-jun's body towards Du Xiaofu. In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura erupted. Du Xiaofu's face immediately sank. He then slightly raised his head to look at He-jun, carefully sizing him up. Chapter 120. Are you considering it? He-jun asked coldly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Coupled with that burly body of his, he looked really ferocious. If it were someone who was timid, they would have handed over their Qianquan pouch in fright. Sigh, it's been so hard on me. Du Xiaofu looked at He-jun and said, You know, I'm not familiar with Lanling Prefecture City. If I really wanted to kill you, I would have some misgivings. However, if I don't beat you up, I'll feel very uncomfortable right now. I'm also afraid that you'll come and cause trouble for me in the future. Tell me, what should I do with you? Kill you or let you go? He-jun was stunned. His eyes widened, thinking that he had heard wrongly. Everyone thought that they had misheard. Where did this brat come from? How could he be so overbearing and arrogant? Didn't he know that the person in front of him was the young sect leader of the White Tiger sect? I've decided. I'll beat you half to death. This way, I won't have any scruples and you won't easily provoke me in the future. What do you think? Du Xiaofu looked at He Jun seriously and asked. Brat, you're courting death. He Jun was infuriated. The murderous glint in his eyes flickered as he flew into a rage. This brat was toying with him. A terrifying aura burst out from his body like a flood. He was at the peak of the pulsation realm, close to the perfected level of the pulsation realm. Boom! He Jun's burly body stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. He Jun punched out with his fist. Runes surged, bringing with it a terrifying gust of wind that blew many of the surrounding guards. In an instant, the fist arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. Not bad. You're at the peak of the Nirvana realm. Du Xiaofu was a little surprised. Pulse realm peak Nirvana realm. Compared to first uncle, there was not much difference. As expected of a big place like Lanling Prefecture City. These young people were stronger than one another. It was different from a small place like Stone City. At this instant, Du Xiaofu naturally didn't stay idle. He didn't retreat but instead advanced, preparing to take it head-on. He similarly blasted out a fist that was wrapped in golden light runes, and its aura was domineering and fierce. Boom! Their fists collided, and their profound energy collided. Immediately, a muffled sound exploded in midair, and a terrifying wave surged out. Then, the two figures were forced back at the same time. Deng deng! Stumbling, Du Xiaofu's body only took 3 steps back. His gaze also changed slightly. This big guy was really not weak, even his fist was a little numb. Ka, He Jun was even more shocked. Pain came from his fist, and he took 6 steps back. Every step he took left a hole in the ground. Humph! Du Xiaofu snorted coldly. He stared at He Jun and pounced forward again. This time, it was Du Xiaofu who took the initiative to attack. He punched out again. It was simple, powerful, and domineering. He Jun's fist was trembling. He took a deep breath, but he still gritted his teeth and threw another punch. Both of their fists collided again. Shock waves soared into the sky, and the ground trembled. This time, He Jun was forced back again, and blood appeared on his fist. After stumbling a few steps back, He Jun stabilized his body. Looking at the blood on his fist, he gasped. He never thought that the cultivation technique he cultivated would be so overbearing. The toughness of his body was comparable to that of a demonic beast. However, the young man on the other side was obviously younger than him. Even his fist was smaller. However, the toughness of his fist was something that even he couldn't contend against. I don't believe it. He Jun refused to admit defeat. Among his peers, he had never seen anyone who could contend against the toughness of his body. He condensed a hand seal, and his body was enveloped in a layer of yellow rune energy. Then, he pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved, and a smile appeared in his eyes. If they were to compete with martial techniques, with He Jun's pulse realm cultivation at the peak of the Nirvana realm, it wouldn't be easy for him to deal with him. He might even have to fight with his life on the line. After all, his cultivation level was still far from He Jun's. If he could break through to the pulse realm soon, it would be much easier for him to deal with He Jun. However, Du Xiaofu wasn't afraid of He Jun at all if they were to compete with the strength of his body. His cultivation of the body had already reached the stage where he could cleanse his bones and cleanse his marrow. In addition to all kinds of refinement of his body, Du Xiaofu knew that the toughness of his body had always been his advantage. It was an absolute advantage. Boom! Du Xiaofu moved. Just as He Jun's burly body pounced towards him, golden runes surged out from his body again. In an instant, his aura suddenly became overbearing. It was as though he was a real demonic beast in human form. Accompanied by a dazzling light, under everyone's shocked gaze, including He Jun's, his body collided with He Jun's. Colliding with each other with their bodies was a powerful collision. It was like a cannonball, and it was stupefying. Bang! A deep sonic boom resounded. Runes flashed and waves of air spread out like waves in water. After which, everyone saw He-Jun's burly body being directly sent flying. He was sent flying violently, while Du Xiaofu's body only trembled slightly. He-Jun was sent flying on the ground, causing the ground to tremble and crack. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with shock. He didn't expect Du Xiaofu's body to be so powerful. It didn't seem like a normal human at all. Bang! He-Jun didn't manage to get up. A golden figure rapidly pounced towards him. It was like an impact cannon, and it ruthlessly landed on his lower abdomen. Poochie! Under the huge impact, it was as if a huge rock weighing 1,000 pounds had fallen. He-Jun's body, which had just landed, suffered another heavy blow. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. I already said that it was Guo Kuan who asked me to take care of you. Du Xiaofu directly sat down on He-Jun's lower abdomen. Then, his fists fell down like rain. One after another, his fists pounded on He-Jun's chest like beating drums. Poochie! How could the pitiful He-Jun withstand Du Xiaofu's terrifying attacks? Mouthful after mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. It was a horrible sight to behold. Young sect leader, many of the people who were following him recovered from their shock. They shouted loudly and immediately pounced towards Du Xiaofu. If anything happened to their young sect leader, they would definitely be in trouble when they returned. Whoever dares to come forward, I will cripple him. Du Xiaofu lifted his head. A claw print was directly placed on He-Jun's throat. He didn't seem to be joking at all. Brat, stop it. How dare you hurt our young sect leader? Our White Tiger sect won't let you off. More than a dozen White Tiger sect disciples surrounded him. They didn't dare to take even half a step forward. Since you are already hurt, I will hurt you even more. I hate it when people threaten me. As Du Xiaofu spoke, his expression didn't change. His heart didn't skip a beat, and he ruthlessly landed another punch on He-Jun's chest. The pitiful He-Jun could only allow himself to be trampled on by Du Xiaofu at this moment. Brat, let go of our young sect leader. We won't threaten you. As long as you let go of our young sect leader, everything is negotiable. One of the smarter White Tiger sect disciples immediately said to Du Xiaofu. His expression changed drastically. Everyone, give me your Qiankuan bags. Otherwise, I will destroy him. Du Xiaofu turned his gaze and looked at the dozen White Tiger sect disciples. He continued to place his claw print on He-Jun's neck. The dozen White Tiger sect disciples looked embarrassed. Almost all of their savings and treasures were kept in their Qiankuan bags. If they gave it away, it would be equivalent to them going bankrupt. Is your young sect leader's life not as important as your Qiankuan bags? It seems like your young sect leader is only SOSO in your hearts. Du Xiaofu smiled and landed another punch on He-Jun's chest. At the same time, he said, if you think about it for one more breath, I will give him one more punch. We will give it to you. We will give it to you. The few White Tiger sect disciples who were the leaders immediately agreed. However, they looked like they were about to cry. In their hearts, they were probably cursing Du Xiaofu's 18 generations of ancestors. This was simply too vicious. He was simply trying to sow discord. If they did not hand over the Cosmos sack, not to mention whether or not this brat would really kill the young sect master, the young sect master would definitely not let them off in the future if he continued to throw punches at them. However, we only have 5 Qiankuan bags. The other disciples don't have any Qiankuan bags. The few White Tiger sect disciples who were the leaders said to Du Xiaofu. Not everyone had a Qiankuan bag. Only 5 Qiankuan bags out of the dozen of them. At this moment, their hearts were all broken. That's more like it. Du Xiaofu smiled. He then turned around and said to Dai Xingyu, who was standing behind him with a shocked expression, Xingyu, go and keep the Qiankuan bags. Okay. At this moment, Dai Xingyu's mind seemed to be a little blank. He actually nodded his head. Then, He quickly ran in front of the few White Tiger sect disciples and kept the 5 Qiankuan bag. And yours? Du Xiaofu was very satisfied. He then searched He Jun's body. In the end, he also took out a Qiankuan bag and kept it skillfully. Then, he patted He Jun's chest and said, "You're quite sturdy. It's just that you can't take a beating." This time, He Jun was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. In the entire Lanling Prefecture city, he was always the one who robbed others. However, today, he was robbed by someone else. Moreover, he was severely beaten up. What angered him the most was that this brat didn't seem to care about him at all. It was as if he hadn't had his fill of beating him up. "Don't be agitated. I already said that it was Guo Kuan who harmed you. After being beaten up by me, he felt that he couldn't step down from the Lanling 4 young masters. In the future, he will feel that he is inferior to all of you. Therefore, he purposely dragged you into this. Now that you have been beaten up by me, he will have a companion. He won't be afraid of losing face anymore." Du Xiaofu climbed up from He Jun's body. He Jun was stunned. He suddenly felt that Du Xiaofu's words made sense. Guo Kuan purposely harmed him. Guo Kuan didn't just want to use him to teach Du Xiaofu a lesson. Instead, he wanted to use Du Xiaofu to teach him a lesson. I'm a little late for the second night watch period. The next chapter will take an hour and a half. Xiao Yu is working hard to write. Chapter 121. Seeing that He Jun was moved, Du Xiaofu enthusiastically helped He Jun up. What shocked everyone the most was that Du Xiaofu even took out a pill and stuffed it into He Jun's mouth. He said regretfully, "This is a healing pill. You were beaten up quite badly by me. I'm sorry, I really didn't want to hit you. If it wasn't for Guo Kuan, I wouldn't have hit you." He Jun glared at Du Xiaofu. No one knew what he was thinking, but it was obvious that his face was conflicted and his eyes were twitching. He knew that this brat had beaten him up, but he could still act like a good person without batting an eyelid. This brat was too shameless. He was even more shameless than Guo Kuan. However, he felt that this brat's words made sense. "Why aren't you guys helping your young sect leader? Hurry up and go back to treat his injuries. If you're too late, it will affect his foundation in the future." Du Xiaofu shouted at the dozen or so White Tiger sect disciples. He Jun was already unable to stand up after being beaten up by Du Xiaofu's punches. "Young sect leader, hurry up and help the young sect leader." The dozen or so White Tiger sect disciples regained their senses and were stunned for a moment. Then, they crowded around and helped the young sect leader up before leaving. They didn't want their young sect leader to fall into the hands of this fickle fiend. Before He Jun walked out of the door, he glared fiercely at Guo Kuan. It was obvious that he felt that Du Xiaofu was shameless, but what he said made sense. Guo Kuan's eyes twitched as he looked at Du Xiaofu with an ugly expression. Then, he said, "Du Xiaofu, we'll meet again." As soon as he finished speaking, Guo Kuan turned around to leave. He Jun had already left with such injuries, so there was no point for him to stay. Although he had brought a dozen or so people with him this time, he was afraid that they wouldn't be able to do anything to that terrifying brat even if they surrounded him. Hence, there was no need for him to stay. After the fight with He Jun just now, he knew how terrifyingly powerful that brat was. "Did I say that you can leave?" An indifferent voice rang out with a hint of coldness. Guo Kuan turned his head around and stared at the owner of the voice, Du Xiaofu. At that moment, he could feel the coldness surging out of the man's eyes under his sharp brows. It was true coldness. "What are you trying to do? If you dare touch me, you won't be able to fly out of Lanling Prefecture City even if you grow wings." Guo Kuan stared at Du Xiaofu. He didn't know why, but the coldness in Du Xiaofu's eyes made his heart tremble. This was a feeling he had never felt in the Lanling Prefecture City. He was starting to regret that he didn't bring any experts with him this time. Murong Yorua, who had been surprised all this time, seemed to want to say something when she saw that Du Xiaofu still wanted to deal with Guokuan. However, she immediately held back. There was a bitter smile on her face. Since he dared to deal with He-jun, it didn't matter if Guokuan was added to the mix. Perhaps he also had a powerful background, so powerful that he didn't need to fear a force like the White Tiger sect. Du Xiaofu did not reply because there was no need for him to do so. Just as Guokuan finished speaking, his figure had already appeared in front of Guokuan like a bolt of lightning. Guokuan had actually discovered Du Xiaofu, but his injuries from yesterday had not healed, and his left hand was almost crippled to the point that it could not move for the time being. Therefore, it was difficult for him to put up any resistance, and he could only hastily retreat as his expression changed. Bang! However, Du Xiaofu's speed was much faster than his. A fist ruthlessly landed on Guokuan's chest. Guokuan's body was sent flying. However, before his body could even land on the ground, Du Xiaofu pounced on him and kicked him even further away. The kick caused Guokuan's mouth to drip with blood. Just as Guokuan's body was about to land on the ground, Du Xiaofu's devil-like figure appeared again. He lifted Guokuan's feet with both hands and lifted Guokuan's body above his head like a sandbag. Then, he ruthlessly slammed Guokuan onto the ground. Bang bang bang! After 3 consecutive slams, the ground rumbled loudly. Guokuan was thrown so hard that he couldn't even scream. His head was bleeding profusely and his bones were broken. I will punish you on behalf of justice. When the 4th slap came, Du Xiaofu didn't throw Guokuan onto the ground. Instead, he threw him like a stone and ruthlessly flung him across the courtyard. Then, Guokuan's body flew out of the courtyard. No one knew how far he was flung and where he landed in the end. However, one could hear the rumbling sound of the ground trembling from the fall. Remember this. The next time you provoke me, I will take your life, Du Xiaofu said loudly. After doing all this, he clapped his hands and another Qiankuan pouch appeared in his hand. Then, he very naturally kept it in his arms as if it was a matter of course. Young Master Guo, in the courtyard, the dozens of people immediately ran out in shock. They didn't know whether their master was dead or alive. They didn't even know where he had flown off to. What else could they do? Moreover, none of them believed that they could be thrown so many times by that terrifying young man without dying. Dai Xingyu's mouth was wide open and her body trembled slightly. Obviously, she was a little frightened. Murong Yorua's eyes flashed with a strange light before she regained her calmness. I'm sorry. It seems that you need to move to another place. Du Xiaofu looked at the woman and said. His gaze was a little embarrassed. He wasn't afraid of hurting Guokuan and He-jun this time, but he was afraid that it would implicate Dai Xingyu and her beautiful aunt. There's no need for that. No matter what Guokuan and He-jun do, they won't make things too difficult for me. Murong Yura looked at Du Xiaofu and said, What are you going to do? Guokuan and He-jun won't let this go. I don't know what to do. I haven't thought about it, Du Xiaofu said with a smile. I just feel that I have to represent justice and beat them up. Murong Yorua finally couldn't help but laugh. She wanted to laugh, but she couldn't in front of Guokuan and He-jun. But now, she finally couldn't help but laugh. Brother Xiaofu, your Qiankuan pouch. Dai Xingyu came in front of Du Xiaofu and handed the 5 Qiankuan pouches she had obtained from the White Tiger sect's disciples to Du Xiaofu. Her little heart was still thumping. She was so scared that she hadn't completely recovered from her shock. I'll give it to you. Maybe you'll really have to find another place to stay when the time comes. Du Xiaofu said to Dai Xingyu. This little girl seemed to be relatively poor. If they were to change places, she probably wouldn't have any money. Back then, she had to sell her ancestral heirloom for 1,000 cultivation coins. Even if you give me this Qiankuan pouch, I won't be able to open it. Dai Xingyu blinked and said. You're a spirit talisman master. How can you not open it? Du Xiaofu said. These Qiankuan pouches shouldn't have been refined by some expert. It wasn't difficult to open them. Dai Xingyu raised her head and looked at Du Xiaofu with clear eyes. She said weakly, I haven't learned how to open a Qiankuan pouch. Du Xiaofu was stunned again. Then, he could only helplessly take the Qiankuan pouch. Xingyu, didn't I say not to casually expose your identity as a spirit talisman master? Murong Yurua came to Dai Xingyu's side and frowned. Dai Xingyu felt wronged and said, Auntie, I didn't expose myself. It was Big Brother Xiaofu who saw it himself. Then, as if she remembered that she hadn't introduced him to her auntie, she immediately said, Auntie, this is Big Brother Du Xiaofu. He saved you and healed your injuries. Murong Yura already knew that it was the young man in front of her who saved her. But now, she was surprised that he could sense the aura of a spirit talisman master from Dai Xingyu. But then, her eyebrows twitched. It wasn't strange. A 16 or 17-year-old youth was able to trample on He Jun and Guokuan. How could he be simple? Big Brother Xiaofu, this is my auntie, Murong Yura. Isn't she beautiful? Dai Xingyu raised her head and said to Du Xiaofu. Yes, very beautiful. Du Xiaofu didn't know how to respond. He could only nod. However, he felt that Murong Yurua's name was very pleasant to hear. Little Circle Circle. Dai Xingyu suddenly saw the king-scaled demonic tiger. She immediately lifted it up like a kitten and hugged it in her arms. Then, she stroked the king-scaled demonic tiger's head and said, Little Circle Circle, were you scared just now? I was scared. Those bad people are too bad. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. Du Xiaofu looked at the king-scaled demonic tiger, and then pretended not to see it. Roar. I am a king-scaled demonic tiger. I am a different king-scaled demonic tiger. I don't need to be scared. The king-scaled demonic tiger unwillingly roared in its heart. But there was nothing it could do. It could only be sullen. This time, thank you. Murong Yura looked at Du Xiaofu. Her watery eyes regained their calmness. Then, she said, I wonder where young Master Du is from? Do you have a place to stay in Lanling Prefecture City? I'm not a young master. Du Xiaofu smiled. He wasn't a young master. Murong Yura obviously wanted to know if he had any background. He said, I come from a small place. I'm afraid Miss Yura wouldn't know even if I told you. I just arrived in Lanling Prefecture City yesterday. Is that so? Murong Yura frowned when she heard this. She looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Let's talk inside. The small hall in the old mansion was clean and simple, but it was very exquisite. Du Xiaofu sat while Murong Yura brewed a cup of tea. The fragrance of the tea overflowed, making Du Xiaofu's taste buds tremble. This tea is delicious. He couldn't help but impatiently take a sip of the tea. Suddenly, the tea fragrance overflowed. It was as if every taste bud was experiencing the ultimate taste. It was as if a storm of fragrance had set off in his mouth. The surface of his tongue was salivating. Big Brother Xiaofu, my aunt is very good at brewing tea. Dai Xingyu said disapprovingly. Chapter 122. You know about tea? Murong Yura looked at Du Xiaofu with some surprise in her eyes. I don't. Du Xiaofu shook his head and said, I rarely drink tea, but I drink more than I drink tea. Although I don't know much about tea, I can see that this tea is very clear. The clearer the tea is, the better it is. After a pause, Du Xiaofu continued. This tea is light yellow and translucent. It has a mellow and refreshing taste. The taste is harmonious and sweet. The fragrance is clear and exudes a kind of domineering aura. The tea is firm, but the tea is clear. When you drink it, you won't be able to feel anything and won't be able to recall the aftertaste. The heavy domineering aura will attack you and confuse you. Du Xiaofu finished speaking and took another big gulp. He directly drank it all and said, This is really good tea. Murong Yurua's eyes fluctuated after hearing Du Xiaofu's words. Her red lips gently opened and said, Although you don't know much about tea, you can see it more clearly than anyone else. You don't know much, but you know a lot. Just like what the ancients said, great elegance is great elegance, great elegance is great elegance. Great elegance is great elegance, great elegance is great elegance. Du Xiaofu repeatedly repeated this sentence. He then looked at Murong Yura and said, "Since this tea can be placed at home, it should be Miss Murong's favorite tea, right? Brother Xiaofu is so amazing. This tea was personally made by my aunt. She doesn't sell it to anyone. I don't usually get to drink it. However, I don't like drinking this tea either. It tastes like strong liquor. It doesn't feel like tea at all," Dai Xingyu said from the side. Du Xiaofu was a bit surprised. He looked at Murong Yura and said, "I didn't expect Miss Murong to know how to make tea. I wonder if this tea has a name?" "It's called Phoenix." Murong Yura hesitated for a moment before adding, "You are the first to know the name of this tea. Phoenix, a good name. It is very suitable for this tea." Du Xiaofu softly said, "You guys talk, I'll go play with little circle. Dai Xingyu felt that he couldn't get a word in edgewise, so he left the hall with the king-scaled demon tiger in his arms. The king-scaled devil tiger's eyes were filled with despair. It looked at Du Xiaofu for help, but Du Xiaofu pretended not to see it. "If you leave Lanling Prefecture City now, you should be able to avoid a lot of trouble." Murong Yura looked at Du Xiaofu and said. Du Xiaofu knew what Murong Yura was talking about. He shook his head and said, "I just arrived at Lanling Prefecture City yesterday. I still have some unfinished business. I will only leave when I'm done." Murong Yura looked at Du Xiaofu. After a while, she said softly, "How about this? I'll think of something. I hope it works. As long as you don't cause any trouble." Du Xiaofu could tell that Murong Yura seemed to have some connections. This way, he was relieved. As long as he didn't cause any trouble for them, it was fine. Then, he asked Murong Yura, "Miss Murong, what is the background of the Lanling Fourth Young Master?" The Lanling Four Young Masters are 4 young men in Lanling Prefecture City. However, their backgrounds aren't ordinary. Their backgrounds are enough to cover the entire Lanling Prefecture City. You've already met Guokuan and He Jun. The other 2 are called Meng Laikai and Han Xen. Murong Yura said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu then found out from Murong Yura that the forces behind the Lanling Four Young Masters were indeed powerful. There were countless forces of various sizes in the Lanling Prefecture City. However, the top forces among them were the White Tiger Sect, the Old Garden, and the Equipment and Treasure Trading Company. The White Tiger Sect was the biggest force in Lanling Prefecture City. They had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. They were powerful and controlled many of the black markets in Lanling Prefecture City. The treasure merchant was one of the top merchants in Lanling Prefecture City. It was rumored that their wealth could rival the prefecture city. The Old Garden was a place of romance. However, no one would think that the Old Garden wasn't big because it was the most bustling and lively place in the entire Lanling Prefecture City. The expenses were expensive, and those who could enter the Old Garden were all symbols of status. It was said that only members could enter. Just a membership card alone would cost at least 100,000 cultivation coins. Among the Lanling Four Young Masters, Guokuan was the young master of the treasure merchant. He Jun was the young master of the White Tiger Sect. Meng Laikai was the young master of the Old Garden. Lastly, Han Xien was the young master of Lanling Prefecture City. It wasn't inappropriate for these 4 young men to be called the Lanling Four Young Masters. The main reason why the people of Lanling Prefecture City called them the Lanling Four Young Masters was because the 4 young men were loathed by the entire city. Guokuan was lustful and would often snatch women on the street. As long as they were beautiful, he would snatch them first. He Jun liked to fight and snatch things. He would often start a fight whenever there was a disagreement. It was said that behind He Jun was Han Xien. When the 2 of them joined forces, most of the merchants in Lanling Prefecture City had received protection fees. To put it bluntly, they had been extorted. Meng Laikai was a little gentler. He only did business and indeed had a business mind. As long as he was involved in a business, there would be no business that wouldn't make money. However, what made people angry was that as long as Meng Like I saw other people's business making money, he would forcefully intervene and kick them out. As long as it was his business, no one else was allowed to touch it. As expected of the Lanling 4 young masters. Du Xiaofu smiled after learning the identities of the 4 young men. Murong Yura looked at Du Xiaofu. Her purple dress made her look even more otherworldly. She said, "If you want to leave Lanling Prefecture City now, you might still be able to make it." "No, I still have some things to do." Du Xiaofu got up and planned to leave. "Then be careful. I'll go think of a way." "I hope I can help," Murong Yura said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu left the old mansion. However, in order to ensure the safety of Dai Xingyu and Murong Yura, he secretly instructed the king's scaled demon tiger to accompany the 2 women. He walked into Lanling Prefecture City alone. The bustling streets were extraordinarily lively. The degree of prosperity was breathtaking. Du Xiaofu went to find the Lanling Prefecture City's mansion master. To be able to beat up Guokuan and He Jun in Lanling Prefecture City, Du Xiaofu wasn't stupid. He definitely had some backing. And the backing Du Xiaofu was naturally the Lanling Prefecture City's mansion master. Since his drunkard father said that he knew the Lanling Prefecture City's mansion master, Ouyangling, it meant that their relationship wasn't bad. As the Lanling Prefecture City's mansion master, it shouldn't be a problem for him to take care of him. Du Xiaofu believed in his drunkard father's vision. Du Xiaofu wasn't worried about himself. He could just leave after beating up Guokuan and He Jun. However, he had to consider Dai Xingyu. Perhaps it was because he knew that he had a younger sister. When he saw Dai Xingyu, Du Xiaofu thought of his younger sister that he had yet to meet. "Xiao Jing," walking on the street, Du Xiaofu murmured. His younger sister's name was Xiao Jing. It was a pretty name. She should be a very pretty girl. However, his younger sister was a heavenly venerate. She would definitely be extraordinary. Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu didn't feel jealous. Instead, he felt proud. That was because that was his younger sister. Her twin sister. Lanling Prefecture City. It was located in a rather quiet place in the Lanling Prefecture City. It was deep in the palace and the courtyard was deep. Just the tall and thick walls alone were enough to make one sigh. In fact, it wasn't difficult to find the residence of the Lanling Prefecture Master in Lanling Prefecture City. Just ask anyone and you'll probably find out. However, just because anyone could find the residence of the Lanling Prefecture City's mansion master, it didn't mean that anyone could meet him. How could anyone be able to meet a feudal lord of a region just because they wanted to? Du Xiaofu was like that now. He couldn't enter the Lanling Prefecture City at all. Standing in front of the grand entrance of the Lanling Prefecture City, there were 2 stone lions prostrating on the left and right. Du Xiaofu could feel an indescribable aura in the calm Lanling Prefecture City. It made him feel pressured. That was a place where a marquis was in charge. It was extraordinary. In front of the Lanling residence, 6 burly men in armor stood in an orderly manner. Their aura was sharp and they were all at the innate realm. The leader was even at the nirvana realm of the innate realm. He was glaring at Du Xiaofu and yelled, "Looking for the residence master? To think that a kid like you would say that. Do you know how many people want to see the residence master every day? If it wasn't for your young age, I would have thrown you far away. You can't throw me away because I'm your mansion master's relative." Du Xiaofu said seriously to the leader. "Relative? Brat, do you know how many people pretend to be the manor head's relatives in front of me every day? Little guy, hurry up and leave. Go to wherever it's cool." The burly man waved his huge fist in front of Du Xiaofu's eyes and said, "Do you believe that I won't beat you up?" Du Xiaofu was helpless. It seemed like many people were using this method. He turned his gaze and said to the burly man, "You must have been working in the Lanling Prefecture City for a long time, right? The burly man stopped waving his fist. With pride, he said, "Of course, I've been working in the Lanling prefecture and following the mansion master. I often see him. But you haven't been promoted for a long time, definitely a long time. Many people with similar strength as you have been promoted, right? They even got some benefits and their strength increased by a lot." Du Xiaofu said seriously to the burly man. "How do you know?" The burly man looked at Du Xiaofu suspiciously, but then he felt that something was wrong. He puffed up his chest and said, "Brat, what do you know? Don't talk nonsense. I originally wanted to give you a few pointers, but since you're not interested, then forget it." Sigh. Du Xiaofu sighed slightly. His face revealed a look of regret, and then he turned around to leave. "Hey!" The burly man gritted his teeth and called out to Du Xiaofu, "Brat, why don't you tell me? I'll treat it as a way to relieve my boredom." 5 o'clock. Thank you to many brothers for your tips, thank you. Xiao Yu continued to write. About 2 hours later. Chapter 123. Du Xiaofu turned around and looked at the burly man. "You didn't get the chance to be promoted, so you definitely don't know how to do things." Actually, how did Du Xiaofu know about this burly man? It was all a conjecture. A mysterious Xiantian realm cultivator who could only guard the door, even if he was just a small leader, was definitely not an important person. Looking at this burly man's age, it was obvious that he had been working in Lanling Prefecture for a long time, or he wouldn't have been able to become a small leader. Thinking about it carefully, it was actually something that everyone could have guessed, but now that the burly man was listening, it was naturally different. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game more clearly than the person directly involved. "What do you mean?" The burly man looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "If what you said today makes sense, I'll let it go, but if it's nonsense, I'll definitely give you a good beating today. A fortune teller can fool you for 8 to 10 years, but I can see the effect today. Whether I'm lying or not, you'll know soon enough." Du Xiaofu smiled and said, "Just take today's matter as an example, you really don't know how to do things." "What do you mean?" The burly man's eyes widened, wondering if this kid was trying to trick him. Du Xiaofu said, "Think about it, I wanted to see the prefecture lord, but you didn't inform him. What if I really was the prefecture lord's relative? Then, wouldn't you be in trouble? I definitely won't let you off." After a pause, Du Xiaofu continued, "If I'm a liar, can't you just come out and beat me up again? You won't lose out, so why didn't you inform him? If I see the prefecture lord, maybe I'll be happy and say a few good words for you, saying that you know how to do things and that you're smart. If the prefecture lord is happy, he might promote you." The burly man's eyes flickered. What he said made sense, but he clearly didn't believe Du Xiaofu. He said, "Kid, why should I believe you? If you're a liar, the prefecture lord will say that I don't know how to do things, and I'll be the one in trouble." With this, Du Xiaofu took out a sword from his Qiankuan bag. It was an ordinary sword with some cracks on its hilt. Du Xiaofu's drunkard father had given it to him before he left the Qiankuan bag. He said that he could give it to the Lanling Prefecture's mansion master. Ouyang Ling. Du Xiaofu handed the sword in his hand to the burly man and said, "This is the token. Give this sword to the prefecture lord, and he will immediately want to see me." The burly man hesitated for a moment. His eyes flickered and he was finally tempted. He took the sword from Du Xiaofu's hand, and his tone became much better. He then said, "Wait here, I'll go and inform them." As his voice faded, the burly man took the sword and went to inform the prefecture lord. Before he left, he secretly signaled the other 5 burly men to watch Du Xiaofu, as if they were afraid that Du Xiaofu would take the opportunity to slip away. Du Xiaofu stood outside the gate and his eyes flickered. He was a little uncertain in his heart. After all, he didn't know how deep the relationship between his drunkard father and the Lanling prefecture lord was. Everything was just a guess. The courtyard was deep and the palace buildings were continuous. In a majestic hall, in an ancient study room, a middle-aged man was holding a jade slip in his hand. The runes on the jade slip were fluctuating. It was a message jade slip. This kind of message jade slip wasn't hard to find, and was usually used to transmit messages. It was extremely convenient to leave a voice or text in the jade slip. This middle-aged man had a handsome face, and his thick eyebrows were slightly raised in a rebellious manner. Under his long and slightly curled eyelashes, his eyes were slightly closed as he peered at the message in the jade slip. He had a handsome nose and slightly tanned skin. No matter how one looked at him, he was a handsome and heroic man. Phew! After a while, the middle-aged man opened his eyes. His eyes were as clear as the morning dew, and there was a glimmer of light in them. He muttered softly, "This guy, it's been almost 17 years. Finally, he's making a move." Brother Ling, the study room was pushed open, and a beautiful figure in a fiery red dress ran in. She was a beautiful woman in her 40s, but she looked extremely young. Her slender figure was curvaceous, and her footsteps were light. Her red dress was adorned with bracelets, and her black hair was tied up in a flowing cloud bun with a few beaded flowers in it. She rushed to the middle-aged man's side in a few steps. "Sister Shan, the child is already so old. Why are you still so anxious? Could it be that the girl has done something out of line again?" The middle-aged man turned around and looked at the beautiful woman. His clear eyes were filled with love and tenderness. "Brother Ling, look!" The beautiful woman raised her head. On her beautiful face, her jade-like skin was flushed red. Her crescent brows and starry eyes were filled with excitement. She immediately handed the longsword in her hand to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's gaze landed on the sword. Immediately, his eyes that were as clear as morning dew trembled. His body also trembled. He grabbed the sword and touched the cracks on the hilt. His throat began to choke as he said with a trembling voice, "Azure Vein Sword, this is the Azure Vein Sword. When I first met that guy, I gave him the Azure Vein Sword." The middle-aged man looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and said, "Sister Shan, is that guy here? Did he come to the Lanling Prefecture city?" The beautiful woman in the red dress also trembled slightly, but she shook her head and said, "There's a report outside the prefecture. It's a young man. He said he's your relative." "Relative," the middle-aged man muttered softly. He then smiled and said, "It must be that guy's son. I just received news about the father and son from the Flowing Cloud Prefecture. I didn't expect that little guy to come. It's Sister Ao Tong's child. What a pitiful child. Let's go and bring him home." The beautiful woman in the red dress unknowingly teared up. "Bring him home," the middle-aged man's eyes moved, and then he muttered, "Yes, that guy and his child. That's our child. That child is so pitiful." The beautiful woman's eyes were wet and she said softly, "Since he's here, I'll take good care of him for Sister Ao Tong. I won't let him suffer the slightest bit." After she finished speaking, the beautiful woman immediately turned around and went to bring the child back. Buzz! The long sword was unsheathed, and the sound of the sword was clear and crisp. "Sister Shan, wait." The middle-aged man immediately stopped the beautiful woman in the red dress. He carefully looked at the cyan vein sword in his hand, and his gaze fluctuated. "Brother Ling, what's wrong?" the beautiful woman in the red dress asked curiously. The middle-aged man looked at the cyan vein sword in his hand and said, "Sister Shan, what did you see? Isn't it just the cyan vein sword? There's nothing special about it." The beautiful woman looked at the cyan vein sword, but she couldn't see anything special about it. "That guy asked the little guy to come and find us. Why would he need a keepsake? Could it be that he needs something like that?" The middle-aged man looked at the cyan vein sword in his hand and slightly sighed. He said, "The cyan vein sword was given to him when we first met. He saved my life, so I gave it to him. Right now, he's giving me the cyan vein sword and his son. It means that he wants to entrust them to me." "Brother Ling, you mean?" The beautiful woman in the red dress facial expression changed a lot. She said with astonishment, "Could it be that that guy wants to act alone? He's giving us his son, so he doesn't have anything to worry about." "I'm afraid that's the case. He's already waited for 17 years. Now that his son has grown up after giving him to us, he doesn't have anything to worry about." The middle-aged man sighed. "That guy, he's going alone. No matter what, he can't defeat such a monstrous being." The beautiful woman in the red dress sighed. Her eyes were filled with coldness and she said, "It's a pity that we're not strong enough to help them. Now that he's giving us the cyan vein sword and his son, it's not just because he wants to entrust his son to me. With our relationship, he doesn't need to entrust his son to me. He won't do that." The middle-aged man slightly frowned. He shook the cyan vein sword in his hand. In a flash, a sword chi burst out. The cyan vein sword immediately started buzzing. The sword chi wreaked havoc in the air. It was extremely swift and fierce. The middle-aged man said, "Wherever the sword points, it will only be swift and fierce. That guy wants me to help him fulfill his responsibility. He wants me to help him train his son." Outside the gate, Du Xiaofu was waiting calmly. After a short moment, he saw the big guy run out. "Little guy, the higher-ups asked you to wait." The big guy arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. He looked depressed. He had entered the inner palace, but unfortunately, he didn't even have the chance to see the head manager. He was directly intercepted by the head manager. Then, the head manager took away his job. He didn't even have the chance to see the head manager. "Okay," Du Xiaofu said softly. He didn't know why, but he felt nervous. Du Xiaofu didn't know much about his drunkard father. He had never heard his drunkard father mention any of his friends. But now, the head of the Lanling prefecture was the first person his drunkard father had mentioned. Maybe he could use this opportunity to find out more about his drunkard father's past. This was something he had always wanted to find out. Now that he finally had the chance to come in contact with his drunkard father's past, he felt nervous. The burly man stared at Du Xiaofu, and upon seeing Du Xiaofu's calm and unperturbed expression, he said, "Brat, on account of the fact that I've reported this to you, why don't you tell me the truth? Are you really a relative of the Manor Lord? Even if you aren't, I guarantee that I won't beat you up." Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes at the big guy and asked, "What's your name?" "Wang San, the third son in the family." The big guy was stunned for a moment, then said, "Okay, Wang San, I'll remember you." Patting the big guy's shoulder, Du Xiaofu said with a serious face, "I'll definitely put in a good word for you in front of the governor. Just wait for your promotion." The big guy looked at Du Xiaofu suspiciously. He didn't know if he should believe this little bastard's words. He always felt that this little bastard's mouth was full of lies. Creak, at this moment, the gate of the mansion opened. Usually, the gate of the mansion would only open a small door beside the main gate. When the gate opened, many people hurried out. A beautiful woman in a red dress was the first to rush out. "It's time for the 6th watch. Little you, continue to write." Chapter 124. Madam. When the 6 armored guards saw the beautiful lady dressed in red, they were surprised and quickly bowed. The madam rarely came out. The beautiful woman in the red dress walked out quickly. Then, she walked to Du Xiaofu's side. She had moon-like eyebrows and starry eyes. Her eyes flickered as she carefully observed Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu looked at the beautiful lady dressed in red. He didn't know why, but when he looked at the beautiful lady's eyes, there was a strange fluctuation in his heart. It was as if something had touched his heartstrings, and there was a warm light in his heart. This beautiful lady's eyes were so warm. The beautiful lady dressed in red looked at Du Xiaofu, and her eyes couldn't help but become moist. She reached out and pinched Du Xiaofu's cheeks and said, "Good child, I've wronged you. Let's go home." The beautiful lady in red spoke with a choked voice, but her face carried a smile. She then pulled Du Xiaofu into the mansion. Du Xiaofu was a little stunned, and he blankly allowed the beautiful lady to pull his hand into the mansion. He didn't know why, but when he saw the beautiful lady's moist eyes, his heart felt sour. This kind of feeling he had never felt before. Looking at Du Xiaofu being pulled into the mansion by the madam, the 6 armored guards were also stunned. From the looks of it, this young man was not as simple as a relative of the mansion master. He was definitely not an ordinary relative. Luckily, I didn't chase him away, or else, after Huang San recovered from his shock, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. In his heart, he secretly said, "Luckily, I didn't chase that brat, no, that young master away. Otherwise, he would have been in big trouble today. I made the right bet this time." Immediately, Huang San's face revealed a smile of fantasy. He imagined that his spring was coming and soon, he would be in full bloom. "Huang San, you bastard, you actually dared to block the young master outside the mansion. I'll deal with you later." Just as Huang San was fantasizing, a basin of cold water was suddenly poured over him. A middle-aged man wearing a manager's uniform fiercely glared at Huang San, and then quickly followed the madam into the mansion with many maids and guards. Huang San was dumbfounded. He was unable to voice out his bitterness. He wanted to deliver the token but was stopped by this little manager. And now, this guy actually dared to make things difficult for him. He couldn't wait to beat that guy up, but he also knew that he could only endure it. In the Lanling residence, the position of the little supervisor was higher than him. Inside Lanling Prefecture, there were lush trees and exotic flowers. Inside the fake mountain, there was a clear stream that flowed from the depths of the flowers and trees to the crevices of the rock. Du Xiaofu was pulled by the beautiful woman in the red dress through many courtyards. The path was flat and wide, and on both sides of the path, there were flying towers inserted into the air. There were carved and embroidered thresholds, stone pillars piercing through the clouds, and white stone railings surrounding the pond. There were 3 stone bridges, and there were beasts in the mouth. It was majestic and gorgeous. "Greetings, madam." Along the way, many armored guards with sharp auras bowed respectfully. "All of you remember, this is young Master Xiaofu. If Xiaofu suffers any grievances in the future, I will hold all of you accountable." The beautiful woman in the red dress was talking to all the guards and servants along the way. It could be seen that she was in a very good mood. There was a smile on her face all the time. She was constantly introducing this and that to Du Xiaofu. All the guards and servants in the Lanling residence saw this and were puzzled. No one knew where this young Master Xiaofu came from, but looking at how happy the madam was, she was closer to him than her own son. In the quiet hall, the beautiful woman in the red dress was still sizing up Du Xiaofu. The tears in her eyes had subsided, but they were still filled with love and happiness. She said softly, "You're really strong and handsome, quite similar to that guy." "Madam," Du Xiaofu finally found a chance to interrupt. Along the way, he didn't have a chance to interrupt. The beautiful woman in the red dress was happily introducing everything in the Lanling residence. "I forgot. Look at me, I'm so happy that I'm confused." The beautiful woman in the red dress interrupted Du Xiaofu and smiled. "You should call me aunt. My name is Yuan Shanshan, I'm your father's friend, and also your mother's good sister." "Aunt Shan." Du Xiaofu trembled and nodded. He looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and wanted to ask about his parents, but he was interrupted by Yuan Shanshan again. Good boy, good boy." Yuan Shanshan interrupted Du Xiaofu and smiled happily. "Since you're here, this is your home from now on. Live well, Aunt Shan will take care of you." "Thank you, Aunt Shan. But this time, I'm here to look for the Lanling residence lord." Du Xiaofu didn't forget the main purpose of coming to the Lanling residence. At this moment, he could more or less confirm that his drunkard father had a good relationship with the Lanling residence lord. Moreover, his drunkard father and mother were also very close to Aunt Shan. Du Xiaofu could feel everything from Aunt Shan's eyes. Yuan Shanshan's eyes imperceptibly flashed with splendor when she heard this, and then she smiled at Du Xiaofu and said, "Your Uncle Ling just happens to be in closed-door cultivation these few days. You'll be able to see him once he comes out." Seclusion. Du Xiaofu was stunned. At this moment, he could naturally guess the relationship between Aunt Shan and the Lanling residence lord, Ouyang Ling. He hesitated for a moment and looked at Yuan Shanshan with a worried gaze. "Silly boy, if you have something to say, just say it. This is your home, don't be so reserved," Yuan Shanshan said, her eyes full of love. "Aunt Shan, my father asked me to come here because he wants me to tell Uncle Ling some things about the Drifting Cloud County. I already know about this matter. It's not a big deal. Isn't it just your father destroying some blind fellows in the Drifting Cloud County? Don't worry, there won't be any problems. In the future, there won't be any trouble in the Sure City. Aunt Shan will arrange it well." Yuan Shanshan interrupted Du Xiaofu again. When Du Xiaofu heard this, he felt relieved. At least he didn't have to worry about the Sure City anymore. In the Lanling residence city, the guards changed shift. After Huang San finished his shift, he returned to the backyard where the guards lived. He was still sulking. Today, he finally had a chance to perform, but that opportunity was wasted. Instead, it was the annoying little housekeeper who made things difficult for him. Infuriating, infuriating. The more Huang San thought about it, the angrier he became. He slapped his thigh fiercely. "Huang San," just at this moment, a clear and melodious voice rang out, following which, a delicate and pretty servant girl walked in. "General Manager Chiu, why are you here?" Huang San immediately stood up and bowed. He recognized the pretty maid in front of him. She was the favorite of the madam and the general manager of the backyard. She had an extremely high status in the entire Lanling residence. It was said that General Manager Chiu was also a strong person. Ordinary guards were no match for her. Even the strong people in the army had to be respectful to her. The pretty maid glanced at Huang San and said, "Young Master Xiaofu needs to go out and do something. He specifically asked you to accompany him. I found a few strong people for you to protect young Master Xiaofu. If anything goes wrong, you will be held accountable. He specifically asked me to accompany him." Huang San was stunned. Then, he became excited. If this task was done well, then his promotion in the future would definitely not be a problem. It seemed that young Master Xiaofu was not an ordinary relative of the residence master. At this moment, Huang San felt that this was a sign that he was going to prosper. Perhaps he could start from this matter. Not long later, he would be promoted and get a raise. He would become a squadron leader and then a platoon leader. Then, he would marry the madam's personal maid and walk to the peak of the Lanling residence. Just thinking about it made him excited. Thinking of this, Huang San curiously asked the pretty maid, "General Manager Chiu, what is the background of that young Master Xiaofu? Just remember that young Master Xiaofu is your master. There is no need for so much nonsense." After the pretty maid finished speaking, she turned and left. She still wanted to know the background of young Master Xiaofu. Now, everyone in the Lanling residence was guessing, but no one knew. When Du Xiaofu came out of the Lanling residence, it was almost dusk. Aunt Shan kept asking him all sorts of questions. She asked him about his childhood, and how his drunkard father was doing these years. When he heard that his drunkard father had been drinking for more than 10 years, and that he was almost unable to cultivate and become a half-cripple, Du Xiaofu saw Aunt Shan's eyes moisten. In the end, if it wasn't for Du Xiaofu saying that he still had some things to do, he wouldn't have been able to leave the Lanling residence. However, the condition that Aunt Shan agreed to let him leave was for him to bring a few people with him. This was so that he wouldn't be unfamiliar with the Lanling residence. Thus, Du Xiaofu thought of Huang San. After all, he was more familiar with Huang San, and it wouldn't be too awkward to follow him around. However, what Du Xiaofu didn't expect was that other than Huang San, Aunt Shan also arranged for 4 Pulse Realm initial stage cultivators to follow him. There was also a perfect Pulse Realm cultivator by his side. There were a total of 7 people. They rode the black scale demonic horses that represented the Lanling residence, and swiftly went to the old residence. Du Xiaofu was also worried that something might happen to Dai Xingyu and Murong Yuroa in the old residence. However, when Du Xiaofu returned to the old residence, only Dai Xingyu and the king-scale demonic tiger were there. The king-scale demonic tiger seemed to have suffered some kind of abuse. When it saw Du Xiaofu return, it had an aggrieved expression and was asking for help. "Big brother Xiaofu, who are they?" Seeing the 7 extraordinary black-scale demonic horses outside the door and feeling the fierce aura of those people, Dai Xingyu instinctively became vigilant after what happened in the morning. "They are my friends. Don't be afraid." Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the courtyard and asked, "Where's your aunt?" Only then did Dai Xingyu remember. She immediately said to Du Xiaofu, "Big brother Xiaofu, my aunt just left not long ago. She said that she was waiting for you to return and wanted you to go to her hometown." Hometown? Du Xiaofu seemed to be familiar with this name. He seemed to have heard it somewhere before. "I'm so tired. I've already stayed up for 4 consecutive nights. Little you, go rest first. I'll continue to update tomorrow. Brothers, I'll find time to reply to your reviews the day after tomorrow. Brothers, if you haven't slept yet, you should rest early." Chapter 125. Amidst the king-scaled tiger's despairing gaze, Du Xiaofu signaled it to continue protecting Dai Xingyu before walking out of the old residence. The main gate of the old residence was now in perfect condition, but there were signs of new repairs around it. Murong Yuroa had probably found someone to repair it during the day. Outside the residence, Du Xiaofu mounted his horse and asked Huang San with a puzzled gaze, "Huang San, where is the old residence?" The old residence. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the gazes of Huang San and the 5 people beside him changed. They all looked at Du Xiaofu with a strange expression. As expected of the young master, he's different. So he wants to go to the old residence. Huang San sighed inwardly. The old residence was a place he had always dreamed of visiting, but even with his status, he did not have the qualifications to enter. A simple expenditure in that place for a night was enough to earn him a year's salary. Seeing the strange gazes of Huang San and the others, Du Xiaofu was also puzzled. He asked, "What's wrong? Don't you know about the old residence?" "Young Master Xiaofu, I know about the old residence, but I've never entered it before." Huang San was a little embarrassed, and then respectfully asked a burly man in blue beside him, "Commander Zhang, you should have entered the old residence before. Why don't you tell young Master Xiaofu about it?" The burly man called Commander Zhang immediately blushed slightly, feeling a little embarrassed. After glaring at Huang San, he said to Du Xiaofu, "Young Master Xiaofu, actually I've only been to the old residence once before, and that was with some friends. It's the largest and most famous brothel in Lanling Prefecture City. All the girls there are not only beautiful but most importantly, they all have extraordinary skills. Some are proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and so on. There are so many good points that a single trip there is enough to make a man so happy that he doesn't miss home." "So it's a brothel." Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched inwardly. He immediately recalled that the boss of the old garden seemed to be one of the 4 young masters of Lanling, Meng like I. He didn't expect that Murong Yuroa would ask him to go to the old garden. He didn't know what she wanted him to do. He would only know when he went. After pondering for a moment, Du Xiaofeng felt embarrassed to reveal that he was a rookie who went to a brothel for the first time. He said to the 6 of them, "Let's go. I'll treat you to a drink in my hometown today." "Thank you, young Master Xiaofu." The 6 of them were overjoyed when they heard that. Which man in the entire Lanling Prefecture city would not want to go to a place like their hometown? However, the expenses there were enough to make 99% of the men in the Lanling Prefecture city unable to set foot there. How could they not be happy when their young master invited them to the old garden today? They thought that it would be a tough job today, but they didn't expect that it would be the right decision to come. Especially Huang San. He was very excited today. He was the person that the young master wanted. Moreover, he would be working together with the 4 platoon leaders of the Lanling Prefecture city's private army and a regimental commander that he could only look up to from afar. Putting aside whether he would be promoted in the future, at least in the future, it would be enough to make those who usually made fun of him envious. Clop clop, the horse galloped with an imposing aura. Wherever the black-scaled demonic horse passed, everyone in the Lanling Prefecture city would look at it with a burning gaze. When the lanterns were lit, most of the places in the Lanling Prefecture city were still brightly lit and bustling. The most bustling place was Snow Moon Street, which was not far from the center of the Lanling Prefecture city. Every time the lanterns were lit, Snow Moon Street would be even more bustling than during the day. It was a place where countless men gathered. There was no lack of literati. Rich and famous people gathered there. The most famous place in Snow Moon Street was none other than the Old Garden. The Old Garden was the paradise of all men's dreams. It was enough to make countless men's hearts ripple day and night. Snow Moon Street was not allowed to enter with mount. There was a fixed place for mounts outside the street. One could imagine how crowded Snow Moon Street was. It was a place where all the young masters gathered. Almost all of them had majestic demonic beast mounts. If the demonic beast mounts were allowed to enter, no matter how big the Snow Moon Street was, it wouldn't be able to accommodate more than a few people. It's so lively. Du Xiaofu's group of 7 got off their horses and walked into Shuiyu Street. Seeing the brightly lit street, the scene of the wind, flowers, snow, and moon was filled with the sounds of birds and swallows, they were greatly surprised. On both sides of the street there were many brothels. On top of those pink pavilions, there were countless seductive women in revealing clothes waving their arms. Many men couldn't resist and walked in without any resistance. Young master, the old garden is in front. After walking for a short while, Commander Zhang pointed to the front and said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu looked in front. A huge palace garden was located in the middle of Snow Moon Street. On both sides were the intersection of 3 streets. The palace was magnificent and the garden was majestic. The lights were bright and the atmosphere was extraordinary. Looking from afar, this huge palace garden was located on Snow Moon Street. However, it didn't look vulgar at all. Instead, it looked dignified and elegant. This is the old garden, Du Xiaofu was secretly surprised. Then, he followed Huang San and the rest into the old garden. At the entrance of the old garden, there was a sea of people. Everyone had to line up to enter. Among them, there were many rich and famous people in Lanling Prefecture City. However, at this moment, at the majestic entrance of the old garden, they still had to line up to enter. There were also many arrogant and unruly young masters in the Lanling Prefecture City who were waiting in line to enter. They were all well-behaved and not a single one of them made a ruckus. Instead, there were many discussions in low voices. They were all talking about romantic affairs, and the content wasn't very pleasant. The background is not simple. Du Xiaofu stood in the crowd and thought to himself. It was impossible for the old garden to not have some powerful background. Young master, do you have a membership card for the old garden? Finally, it was Du Xiaofu's turn. When he walked to the entrance of the old garden, he was politely stopped by a well-dressed young doorman. He had a smile on his face and looked very friendly. Membership card? What kind of membership card? Du Xiaofu was stunned. He seemed to have recalled that Murong Yoro mentioned before that the old garden required members to enter. Not just anyone could enter. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the young doorman continued to smile and said to Du Xiaofu, "Our old garden has a total of 3 types of membership cards. Silver card, gold card and supreme card. Purchasing a silver card costs 100,000 cultivation coins. After becoming a silver card member, you will be our distinguished guest. Every time you come to the old garden, you will receive our best service. Purchasing a gold card costs 500,000 cultivation coins. Gold card members are important distinguished guests of our old garden. Every time you come, you will not need to line up. We will arrange a VIP passage for you to enter. You can reserve the best private room and have priority to choose our beauties. There are also many other services. Purchasing a Supreme card costs 3 million cultivation coins. If you are our Supreme card member, then the old garden will be your home. You will definitely be satisfied. The doorman looked at Du Xiaofu and said everything in one breath. His face wasn't red and he wasn't out of breath. It was obvious that he had an extraordinary foundation. Being able to maintain a smile was definitely an extraordinary ability. Then, he continued to smile and asked Du Xiaofu, "May I know what kind of membership card this young master wants to buy?" Hearing the doorman's introduction, Huang San, Commander Zhang and the rest were stunned. The cheapest membership card cost 100,000 cultivation coins. To ordinary wealthy merchants, that was definitely a heartache. Even Commander Zhang was stunned. It wasn't that he didn't have 100,000 cultivation coins, but as a martial artist, he definitely didn't have any cash on him. 100,000 cultivation coins was all the equipment on him, including weapons, elixirs, and so on. As for a gold card that cost 500,000 and a Supreme card that cost 3 million, even he could only suck in a breath of cold air. And if he went bankrupt and bought a gold card, he wouldn't have any money to spend. Commander Zhang, Huang San and the rest's gazes fell on Du Xiaofu. They didn't know how much this unfamiliar young master Xiaofu would spend in the gold squandering cave today. The young master that the madam doted on should be a spendthrift. Under everyone's gazes, Du Xiaofu shook his head at the doorman and said, "I'm not buying a membership card. I'm here to look for Lady Murong Yoro." Hearing this, not only did Commander Zhang and Huang San's expressions change, but the smiling doorman's expression also changed. However, he still maintained his smile and said, "Young master, many people who come to the old garden are here to look for Lady Murong Yoro. If you want to enter, you should first buy a card. Only members can enter. I think 100,000 cultivation coins is very expensive. I don't plan to buy it." Du Xiaofu shook his head seriously and thought to himself, could it be that Murong Yoro is very famous in the old garden? Otherwise, why would there be so many people looking for her? Could it be that there are people with the same name? This is the old garden, a place of romance. Could it be? Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu looked at the doorman and said, "But I really want to go in and look for Lady Murong Yoro." Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, some of the people present were stunned. He was clearly here to pick a fight. Not far away, at the entrance of the old garden, a few burly men in tight clothes immediately walked in and stood behind the smiling doorman. Seeing this, the stunned Huang San, Commander Zhang, and the rest also changed their expressions. No matter what, nothing must happen to this young master. "Young master, don't make trouble." The smiling doorman looked at Du Xiaofu. The smile in his eyes was not as strong as before. He said, "There are still many people waiting in line. Go home and play. I said that I'm going in to look for someone. I'll come out once I find her. You're a shop. How can you not let people in to look for someone? Could it be that you're a black shop?" Du Xiaofu said seriously. "When I woke up at 10 in the morning, I saw that there were more than 400 flowers. Thank you." Chapter 126. Spending 100,000 mystic coins to find a person. Although Auntie Shan had given Du Xiaofu a shocking 100,000 mystic coins for him to stroll around Lanling Prefecture as he pleased when he came out today, to have Du Xiaofu spend 100,000 mystic coins as a ticket to find a person in the old garden was something Du Xiaofu would rather die than do. Black market. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, everyone's expressions changed. The smiling doorman and the burly men behind him also changed their expressions. Within Lanling Prefecture City, who would dare to call the old garden a black market in front of the main entrance? This was definitely the first. Kid, if you don't have money then scram home to drink milk. Even a brat who's still wet behind the ears is here to find a lady, don't block this young master's way. At this moment, a young man in a brocade robe could no longer hold back and rushed out. The little brat in front of him had been blocking his way for a long time. Little brat, go home to drink milk. A brat who's still wet behind the ears actually came to the old garden to find a lady. As the brocade-robed young man walked out, several other young men in brightly colored clothes also walked out one by one, all of them looking at Du Xiaofu with mocking gazes. Seeing this, the smiling doorman and the burly men behind him also stopped what they were doing for a moment. Those who opened the shop were all customers. Since someone else had come to bother them, they were more than happy to watch. Seeing this, Huang San wanted to go forward. As a member of Lanling Manor, although Huang San's strength was average, he had the young master and Lanling Manor behind him. This time, he came to the old garden with the young master. It was considered an errand, so there was nothing to be afraid of. However, just as Huang San was about to step forward, Commander Zhang pulled him back, indicating for him not to act rashly. As a member of the military, he also wanted to test the capabilities of this young master whom the madam doted on so much. Secondly, it was best not to expose his identity as a member of Lanling Prefecture in a place like the old garden. So it's young Master Lin. Young Master Lin, you haven't been here in a long time. Seeing the young man in the brocade robe smiling, the young doorman's face immediately regained its comfortable smile. I've been busy recently, so I went out of town. I haven't been here for a long time. I didn't expect that there would be little brats coming to my hometown looking for girls. Haha. The brocade-robed young man laughed heartily, his demeanor becoming increasingly arrogant. It seemed that he had bullied many people in the Lanling Prefecture city. His gaze once again mocked Du Xiaofu as he said, Kid, why aren't you going back to drink milk? Why don't I bring you to my hometown today to broaden your horizons? Haha. Du Xiaofu looked at the brocade-robed youth and asked, Do you have a membership card? The young man in the brocade robe was stunned. Then, he said proudly, Of course I do. Not everyone has the ability to get a membership card for my hometown. The green-robed youth was very proud of himself. As a man, having a membership card in his hometown was indeed something to be proud of. Can you give me your membership card? Du Xiaofu's eyes immediately lit up as he looked at the brocade-robed youth in front of him. I'll give it to you. Haha, this kid's brain must be fried. So he's an idiot. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the young men in colorful clothes who had followed him all laughed heartily. I'll give it to you. Haha, kid, why should I? The brocade-robed youth looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled. He did not expect to meet an idiot at the entrance of his hometown. When he entered his hometown later, he would have a good topic to talk about with the girls. Du Xiaofu looked at the brocade-robed youth seriously and said, Because if you don't give it to me, I will hit you. What? The brocade-robed youth was stunned. Then, he looked at Du Xiaofu and sneered mockingly. Kid, do you know who I am? Are you sure you want to hit me? I don't care who you are. I will hit you. Du Xiaofu nodded and said, But as long as you give me your membership card, I promise I won't hit you. Ha 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 ha. The brocade-robed youth laughed until tears came out of his eyes. He finally stopped laughing, but he could not help but laugh until his stomach twitched. He said, Kid, you are really brave. In the Lanling Prefecture city, there are not many people who dare to say that they will hit me. I won't give you my membership card because I really want to know how you will hit me. Haha. After saying that, the brocade-robed youth could not help but laugh again. Is there something wrong with young Master Xiaofu's head? Why would he ask for a membership card? Commander Zhang, Huang San, and the others' faces twitched. They originally thought that this young master was here to eat and drink well. They did not expect this young master to be such a young master. Amidst the laughter, Du Xiaofu was still calm. He looked at the brocade-robed youth and said, How do you compare to Guokuan of the Lanling Four Young Masters? The brocade-robed youth's face twitched when he heard this. Although he was somewhat famous in the Lanling prefecture city, it was naturally not enough when compared to the Lanling Four Young Masters. They were not on the same level at all. One should know that the young master of the Lanling prefecture city was one of the Lanling Four Young Masters. He immediately glared at Du Xiaofu and said, "Young Master Guo is a well-known figure in the Lanling prefecture city. I am naturally a little inferior, but I still meet up with young Master Guo frequently." The brocade-robed youth did not dare to admit that he was comparable to Guokuan, but he was smart enough to praise himself. However, anyone with a discerning eye would naturally know that when the brocade-robed youth said that he met up with young Master Guo frequently, he was just being a follower. He was probably not even qualified to be a follower. Du Xiaofu did not mind and continued to ask, "How do you compare to He Jun, who is also one of the Lanling Four Young Masters?" "Young Master He." The brocade-robed youth's face twitched again and said, "Young Master He is the young master of the White Tiger sect. His cultivation is amazing, so I am naturally a little inferior." Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Regiment Commander Zhang, Huang San, and the rest looked at each other and waited to see what would happen. However, all of them were secretly prepared. If anyone dared to touch this young master, they would protect this young master even if they had to tear down this old manor. After all, this old manor was powerful. However, no matter how powerful it was in Lanling Prefecture City, it couldn't be compared to the prefecture master. Du Xiaofu suddenly smiled, then looked at the young man in the brocade robe and said mysteriously, "You probably don't know, but today, He Jun and Guokuan were both beaten to a pulp. They were beaten so miserably." TSK, what? Young Master Guo and young Master He were beaten up? Are you kidding me? The brocade-robed youth was stunned. In the entire Lanling Prefecture City, it was impossible for anyone to beat up the two young masters. When the surrounding people heard this, they all became curious. Two of the Lanling Four Young Masters were beaten up. This was definitely the biggest news in the Lanling Prefecture City. Even Huang San, Commander Zhang, and the rest were curious. They had all heard of the Lanling Four Young Masters and had some understanding of them. The sturdy man and the smiling young doorman at the entrance of the Lanling Prefecture City also looked at Du Xiaofu curiously. Young Master Guo and young Master He, who were equally famous as the young master, were beaten up. This was definitely something that would shock the entire Lanling Prefecture City. When everyone's eyes fell on Du Xiaofu looked at the brocade-robed youth. He was afraid that someone would not believe him and said seriously, "They were really beaten up. They were beaten up badly." "Impossible, who beat them up?" The brocade-robed youth was still in disbelief. "I beat them up. I beat them up on behalf of justice." As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, he threw a punch in front of everyone's eyes. Then, it landed heavily on the brocade-robed youth's nose. Crack! This punch did not use any profound qi, but the brocade-robed youth was not prepared at all. In addition to Du Xiaofu's pure physical strength, the outcome was obvious. When the punch landed, the sound of the brocade-robed youth's nose bone breaking could be heard. "Ah!" The brocade-robed youth screamed and immediately took a few steps back. Blood gushed out from his nostrils. The pain caused by the broken cartilage made him scream. This scene shocked everyone. No one really thought that Du Xiaofu would dare to make a move. "Look, I already said that if you don't give me your membership card, I'll beat you up." As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly turned fierce. This was because Du Xiaofu realized that the other youths around the youth had already rushed over. The few brawny men at the old garden's entrance also rushed over in a panic. Bam bam! Deep sonic booms kept ringing. The purple-robed figure in the middle of the field dazzled everyone's eyes. A faint golden glow flickered. Bam bam! Everything happened within a few breaths of time. Then, everyone saw the figures that pounced on the purple-robed youth fly out. All of them landed heavily on the street outside the old garden, causing the ground to crack. All of them were dripping with blood. The few youths were actually quite strong. They were all at the innate realm and were considered to be quite capable. Especially the brawny men from the old garden. Their strength was not at the pulse of Tao realm, but they were all at the nirvana realm of the innate realm. The two leaders were even at the complete innate realm. They were definitely not ordinary. However, they were all thrown out in a few breaths of time. How could this not be shocking? Zhang Tuanshang and Huang San were also shocked. They did not even have the chance to make a move. Huang San did not see the attack clearly, but Captain Zhang definitely saw it clearly. It turned out that this young Master Xiaofu was actually such a terrifying person. To be honest, he was really shocked. It's not easy for me to come to Lanling Prefecture City, and you actually want me to go home and drink milk. Are you purposely letting me beat you up? Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of the brocade-robed youth, who was covering his nose with blood. His fist landed on the youth's palm that was covering his nose. Brat, you dare to hit. Chapter 127. Bang! The brocade-robed youth screamed, but before he could finish, another punch landed on his mouth. Bang! Immediately after, another punch landed on the bridge of his nose. Save me! The brocade-robed youth screamed in agony. He was also at the Xiantian level, but in front of Du Xiaofu, he had no power to resist at all. He was completely a human punching bag. After taking several punches, he finally fell to the ground. Bang bang bang! Du Xiaofu did not hold back at all, ruthlessly stomping on the brocade-robed youth's abdomen and chest a few more times. He stomped on the brocade-robed youth until he bled profusely. The onlookers were dumbfounded. After a series of stomps, Du Xiaofu stopped stomping. He leaned down, his fierce gaze gradually becoming gentle as he asked, "Now, can you give me your membership card?" "Here, I'll give." The brocade-robed youth, who was drenched in blood and a tragic sight to behold, and who knew how many of his ribs had been broken, could not take it any more. Enduring the intense pain, he pulled out a glittering silver jade card from his Qiankuan bag. This jade card still had runes flashing on it. With a single glance, one could tell that it had come from the hands of a spirit talisman master. "This Qiankuan bag is not bad either, I'll take it too." Du Xiaofu unceremoniously snatched the jade card and the Qiankuan bag into his hand. Only then did he reveal a satisfied smile, saying, "See, I said that if you didn't give me your membership card, I would beat you. Why didn't you believe me? Now that you've given it to me, I promise I won't beat you." As his voice fell, Du Xiaofu stood up and walked in front of the smiling young doorman, whose face was filled with shock. Waving the jade card he had just snatched, he said, "This should be the membership card. Now that I have a membership card, can you let me in?" This. The smiling young doorman was stunned. He didn't know what to do in this situation. Nothing like this had ever happened at the entrance of his hometown. Du Xiaofu looked at the smiling doorman and said, "If you don't let me go, then you are deliberately making things difficult for me. If so, I will beat you up." Although Du Xiaofeng was smiling, the young doorman had already seen the speed at which the purple-robed man changed his expression. He then looked at the large men who were still lying on the ground, unable to get up. Finally, he forcefully nodded his head and said, "Young master, please enter. Huang San, let's go in." Du Xiaofu shouted behind him. Then, with his head held high and his chest puffed out, he walked into the imposing entrance of his hometown. He pretended to be an experienced person and thought to himself, "I will never let anyone know that this is my first time in a brothel." "Is this really okay?" Huang San and Regiment Commander Zhang looked at each other in dismay. The word shock was still written on their faces. Looking at the bloody figures lying on the ground, they secretly took a deep breath and quickly followed in. Where did this young man come from? He's so fierce. Is this guy trying to overturn the heavens? Don't tell me that Guokuan and He Jun were beaten up by him. That young man's strength is really strong. It's hard to see through him. As Du Xiaofu, Huang San, and the rest entered the hometown, the surrounding people were discussing and sighing. To be able to enter the hometown like this, today was really an eye-opener. Bastard, I will not let you go. I will make you pay the price. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. The brocade-robed young man looked at Du Xiaofu's back. His ribs were broken and he couldn't even get up. After being beaten up, he lost all his face. Even his Qiankuan bag was stolen. How could he not take revenge? After Du Xiaofu, Huang San, and the rest entered the hometown, a magnificent scene appeared before everyone's eyes. It was so magnificent and luxurious that it made people gasp in amazement. Even the roof was covered with pebble-sized luminous pearls. The densely packed interior was extremely dazzling and hazy, causing people to be intoxicated. In addition to the magnificent and luxurious decorations, it was indeed worthy of being a place to indulge in a life of luxury. The interior of the hall was huge. The line of sight was hazy and there was a sea of people. It was completely the legendary wine forest and meat pool, a cave of ecstasy. Young master lords, please come in. Just as Du Xiaofu and the rest were sizing them up, a row of extremely delicate and pretty young women welcomed them. The 7 ladies immediately took the initiative to wrap their arms around everyone's arms. It was as if they were lovers who hadn't seen each other for a long time. It made people feel an indescribable warmth, as if they had returned home. Miss, I'm here to look for Miss Murong Yoru. After all, it was Du Xiaofu's first time coming to such a romantic place. When a young lady came up and wrapped her arms around his arm, he immediately pulled his arm away. Young master, this is where you are wrong. Although I'm not as attractive as little sister Yorua, you should at least ask for my name before looking for little sister Yorua. The delicate young lady looked to be around 22 or 23 years old. When she saw Du Xiaofu's appearance, she immediately gave him a charming glance. Then, she continued to wrap her arms around Du Xiaofu's arm and snorted coquettishly. Then, she turned to Huang San, Commander Zhang, and the rest behind Du Xiaofu and said, Lords, am I right? Yes, what the young lady said is right. Commander Zhang and the rest immediately cheered. So, the young master was here to look for the famous Miss Murong Yoru. She was so young, but she wasn't ordinary. They immediately felt that the distance between them had shortened by quite a bit and they weren't as unfamiliar as before. When Du Xiaofu was teased by Huang San, Commander Zhang, and the rest, he immediately puffed out his chest. He ruthlessly pinched the delicate young lady's perky buttocks and said, You're quite firm. It won't be too late to ask for your name when I come in the future. Young master is amazing. Huang San, Commander Zhang, and the rest were stunned for a moment. Then, they laughed heartily. However, they were quite honest with the young lady beside them. This was because everyone knew that the young ladies in the hometown sold their skills and not their bodies. If they got along well with you, it wouldn't matter if you took advantage of them. If there wasn't any fate, then it wouldn't do. However, the hometown was like this. It made everyone unable to eat it, but it made your heart itch unbearably. This made the business even more popular. Moreover, coming to the hometown was already a symbol of status. The delicate young lady was stunned. She originally thought that this purple-robed young man was coming to the brothel for the first time and was also very handsome. Therefore, she deliberately wanted to tease him. She didn't expect this purple-robed young man to be so bold and direct. However, she didn't seem to be angry. She glanced at Du Xiaofu without changing her expression. However, she was also on guard against Du Xiaofu. She said, Young master is too bad. Isn't it that women don't like bad men? Du Xiaofu pretended to be experienced and smiled faintly. Then, he said to the delicate young lady, All right, bring me to see Miss Murong Yoru. The delicate young lady's expression changed slightly. Then, she said to Du Xiaofu, this young master should be coming here for the first time. You don't know that Sister Yorua isn't someone that anyone can meet. Why is that? Du Xiaofu asked in confusion. The delicate young lady said, because Sister Yorua is the courtesan of our hometown. All the girls in our hometown sell their skills and not their bodies. Sister Yorua only sees one guest every day. However, she already has a guest today. Is that so? Du Xiaofu frowned. He didn't know if the Murong Yorua of the hometown was really the Murong Yorua he was looking for. Could she really be the courtesan here? Seeing Du Xiaofu's expression, the delicate young lady continued, if this young master really wants to see Sister Yorua, there is a way. In a while, Sister Yorua will be playing the guzheng on the guzheng platform in the pavilion above. Young master can find a private room on the second floor. This way, you can be closer to Sister Yorua. If you are lucky, you will have a chance to see her true appearance. Alright, bring me to the second floor. Du Xiaofu nodded. Then, he said to Huang San, Commander Zhang, and the others behind him, Commander Zhang, Huang San, you guys can go downstairs and play. All the expenses will be on my account. I will go to the second floor to find a friend. Thank you, young Master Xiaofu. We will wait downstairs. Huang San nodded. In his heart, he was thinking, how is this young master going to find a friend? He is obviously going to find the courtesan. Young master, please. The delicate young lady had seen all kinds of people every day. Naturally, she had a discerning eye. She saw that Commander Zhang and the others had an extraordinary aura. However, she was unusually respectful to this purple-robed young man and was even more polite. The private room on the second floor was decorated exquisitely and elegantly. It lacked a sense of splendor but had an additional temperament. It wasn't as noisy as the first floor. It was much quieter and more private. Pushing open the large window of the private room, one could see a platform that was more than 10 meters high. At this moment, there were a few women who could definitely be considered as beauties dancing gracefully. Their graceful bodies twisted and turned, as if they had no bones. They were extremely charming, causing waves of applause from the hall below. Young master, this private room has prepared fine wine, snacks, and fruit. Do you want to call a few girls to chat with you? The girls here all have unique skills. The delicate young lady asked Du Xiaofu. Are there any girls who are spirit symbol masters? Du Xiaofu asked. This. The young lady was stunned. Suddenly, her face twitched. What a joke! How could a noble spirit symbol master fall into the dust of a prostitute? She immediately said, Young master really knows how to joke. I am not joking. If there are no girls who are spirit symbol masters, then forget it. You can go down first. I will be here by myself. Du Xiaofu said. Then young master, if you need anything, just call me. The delicate young lady looked at Du Xiaofu strangely, then nodded. Finally, she closed the door of the private room and very politely left. It's midnight, announced the Martial Gods World's QQ group. Normal book group number 3774511183. Genuine VIP group World's Society group number 2501188865. The VIP group requires a Zhu Lang VIP number to join. It requires a screenshot to enter. Brothers who do not have a VIP number do not join. In the World Society, there are Mr. Perfect, Ms. Perfect, Little Lolas, Big Sisters, and all kinds of beauties. Brothers who have a VIP number should hurry up and join. Chapter 128. Old Garden, 3rd floor. In an exquisite and spacious private room, a man exuding a faint aura of indifference stared out the window, listening to the noise from the first floor. He frowned slightly, then stood with his hands clasped behind his back and his head lowered, a few strands of hair covering his face. Creak, the door to the private room opened, and another young man walked in. This young man was very fat, but very good-looking. His face was even somewhat handsome, and his mouth was also very good-looking, as if he always had a smile on his face. This kind of smile seemed to be able to make the sun suddenly push away the darkness from the clouds, shining in an instant, gentle and at ease. "What are you doing here?" Looking at the indifferent young man by the window, the fat man closed the door to the private room, then plopped down on the comfortable chair in the private room. Wearing a comfortable robe, he appeared extremely elegant. "You should have heard, right?" the young man by the window said, not turning around, not even looking back. His voice was also somewhat cold, with a hint of coldness. The fat man's expression immediately became more serious, then a wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, saying, "Are you talking about Gwakuin and Hee-jun? They were beaten this morning. I received the news in the morning, and at night, someone came to tell me personally. Then, that troublesome master also graced me with his presence. That troublesome master naturally came because of Murong Yoru. I just want to know the background of that brat, and whether he is just a fierce man or a powerful dragon crossing the river." The young man by the window finally turned his head. Under the dim light of the private room, his long black hair with distinct layers, slender and long almond-shaped eyes, and under the high bridge of his nose were two thin lips that held pride. He was dressed in a golden robe, indifferent and arrogant. "I don't know whether he is a powerful dragon crossing the river or a fierce man, but I just received news that the guy who beat up Gwakuin and Hee-jun is now on the second floor," the fat man said, then a smile appeared on his face, saying, "But I quite admire that guy. The way he came in is quite special, beating up the son of one of your city guard commanders, and not lightly at that." The indifferent and arrogant young man didn't seem to be interested in how he got in. He looked at the fat young man and raised his eyebrows slightly. "I heard that he stayed at Murong Yorua's place last night. Is he the man of that troublesome master? That's why he dared to touch Gwakuin and Hee-jun. Impossible. Do you think that troublesome master will let a man live under the same roof as Murong Yorua?" The fat young man directly shook his head in denial, and then he said, "Moreover, you should be aware of the character of that troublesome person. He has never been interested in our matters. It's fine so long as we don't offend him. Not to mention that the troublesome person who came here today was probably sent by Murong Yorua to deal with Gwakuin and Hee-jun. So, that kid probably isn't that troublesome person's subordinate. What's that guy doing here?" The indifferent young man raised his head slightly when he heard this, and then he gazed at the fat young man and said, "First it was Gwakuin and Hee-jun. Could it be that kid is here to look for you?" The fat young man immediately frowned when he heard this, and then he said, "I heard the people below say that he's here to look for Murong Yorua. In that case, that kid might also be here to look for that troublesome master." The indifferent young man looked at the fat young man. A moment later, he said, "Are you interested in meeting that kid? What's wrong with you today?" "Not everyone is qualified to meet us," said the fat young man with a smile. The indifferent young man's eyes flickered a little as he said, "Since he can beat up Gwakuin and Hee-jun, he has the qualifications. Now that he's here with you, it's even more fate. How can we not meet him?" On the second floor, in a private room, Du Xiaofu was tasting the good wine on the table. The door of the private room was opened, and the delicate and pretty woman from before walked in respectfully. Her expression and attitude were much more respectful. "You found a talisman master to accompany me to drink?" Du Xiaofu raised his head and asked. The delicate and pretty woman smiled bitterly, and then she respectfully said, "Young master, our young master invites you to the supreme private room on the third floor for a chat." "The young master of the hometown?" Du Xiaofu put down his wine cup and gazed at the delicate and pretty woman. "Yes." The delicate and pretty woman nodded. She was even more unable to guess the identity of this young man before her. Someone who could be valued by her young master was definitely not an ordinary person. Not to mention, her young master had asked her to invite someone and not bring someone. The words were different, so the meaning was naturally different. Du Xiaofu frowned and continued to ask, "Your young master is Meng like I?" Yes. The delicate and pretty woman was stunned, and then she nodded weakly. She was even more amazed by this young man's identity. In Lanling City, there were definitely only a handful of people who could directly address the young master by his name. Go back and tell Meng like I that if he's here because of Guokun and He-jun, then don't bother me because I will beat him up. Du Xiaofu looked at the delicate and pretty woman and said, if Meng like I is here to apologize to me because of what happened outside, then come down by yourself. I can't be bothered to go up. I'll go and inform the young master right away. The delicate and pretty woman was startled, and then she left the private room while trembling. Meng like I, Du Xiaofu softly muttered. Recently, his complexion had returned to normal, and he continued to drink the good wine on the table, afraid that it would go to waste. Did that kid really say that? In the private room on the third floor, the chubby young man looked at the delicate and pretty woman and asked. His eyes were wide open on his chubby face. The delicate and pretty woman nervously nodded and replied, Young master, that's what that young man said, not missing a single word. All right, you can leave now. The chubby young man waved his hand at the delicate and pretty woman. The delicate and pretty woman nodded and left the private room reluctantly. What do you think? After the delicate and pretty woman left, the indifferent young man said to the chubby young man. There was a smile in his eyes, and he looked interested. He said softly, I'm really curious. Where did that guy come from? I can't see through him at all. Sigh. The chubby young man stood up and stretched his back. He said, Since he wants me to go down and apologize, then I have to go down and apologize. Open the door to do business, and everyone who enters is a customer. I have to make them feel at home. Since I have nothing to do, I'll go take a walk, the indifferent young man said. In the private room, Du Xiaofu, who was drinking good wine, looked up. The noise and music from the first floor suddenly quieted down, and the dancing women on the platform quietly retreated. Now, Miss Yorua, please perform the Traceless song for us. A refreshing voice resounded throughout the old garden. Then, purple flower petals began to fall from the platform. The surrounding white fog spread, and it was hazy. Instantly, the entire platform was shrouded in it. Miss Yorua has come out. Miss Yorua. All of a sudden, the entire old garden was filled with enthusiastic cheers and shouts. Du Xiaofu looked out the window of the private room. While he was still in shock, a beautiful figure seemed to have already sat on the platform. Then, he heard a ding sound. It was crisp and melodious, like a celestial sound that resounded in the old garden. Then, the noise in the entire garden quieted down. Du Xiaofu's gaze was fixed on the figure shrouded in fog and purple petals floating in the air. At this moment, he could vaguely see that it was a graceful woman. The woman sat upright, and in the fog, there was a guzheng placed in front of her. Her 10 fingers gently plucked the strings, and the sound of nature gradually approached from afar. At the beginning, the sound was refreshing and undulating, with endless charm. When one listened carefully, it seemed to have a magical power, causing one to gradually become intoxicated. In the vast illusory universe, a chance encounter is unforgettable. When we meet in the early summer, I leave behind a smile. Since we don't know each other, what harm is there? That year, it was drizzling, and a guzheng song stretched across the lotus pond. At the point where the water met the sky, a pleasure boat floated over, and a pair of mandarin ducks flew away. Since I don't look back, why not forget? Since we are not fated, why make an oath? Everything that happened today was like water without a trace. In the sound of the lantern, the sky was still cold, and the water was still cold. In the dream, the guzheng sang softly. Outside the building, outside the mountain, outside the mountain, the outsider of the building has not returned. Looking back, I have long passed the river of forgetfulness, and the person playing the guzheng teared up. What day is it? You are already a stranger. Today is not yesterday. Autumn is the same as before, and I am empty and thin. A crisp and melodious female voice came along with the sound of the guzheng. It was crisp and gentle, as if it was telling the thoughts of a young girl. At first, it was charming and gentle, but then it became gentle and resentful. It made one feel an indescribable sense of sorrow when listening to it. The old garden was originally a noisy place. However, after the gouging music stopped, the entire garden was still silent. It made one intoxicated and unable to recover for a long time. Creak, the door of a private room on the second floor opened, and an indifferent young man and a fat young man walked in. Du Xiaofu was still looking at the fog and purple petals outside the window. He did not even lift his eyes. Monsieur Ah, what do you think of this song? The fat young man was not unfamiliar with it. He directly sat beside Du Xiaofu. Actually, I don't understand. Although the song is not bad, I keep feeling that it is missing something. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly. After listening to the flute music of the beautiful woman in the Savage Beast mountain range, although this gouging song was pleasant to listen to and could be remembered for 3 days, it was naturally not enough in comparison. Du Xiaofu said, "That song is about love. I don't understand it, so it's not good for me to comment." The fat young man's gaze fell on Du Xiaofu in surprise, and then he continued to ask, "Then what do you think of the name of this place, the old garden?" Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at the fat young man. He said, "No makeup, no adornment, no gentleness, a weak body, a strong husband. Under the fence, self-pity stands empty, the world looks for a marquis. Born simple, it is difficult to gain favor, the heart is too delicate, easily sensitive to autumn. Knowing early on that there is a difference between warmth and coldness, the old garden is conservative and romantic. The old garden is a good name, but it is a waste to use it on you." Chapter 129. As Du Xiaofu's voice faded, the chubby youth's face could not help but twitch. The indifferent youth stared curiously at Du Xiaofu. After sizing him up for a while, he chuckled and said, "Haha, it is indeed a little spoiled." At this moment, Du Xiaofu's gaze also landed on the indifferent young man. Even though the indifferent young man had restrained himself very well, Du Xiaofu could still sense an arrogant aura from the young man. Under his calm eyes, there was a sharp and frightening gaze hidden. "I know that he should be Meng like I." "Then you are." Du Xiaofu looked at the indifferent youth and pondered for a moment. After which, he said, "If I am not wrong, you should be the last of the Lan Ling 4 young masters, Han Xian, right? The Lan Ling 4 young masters are deliberately made up by some bored people. Please excuse me." The indifferent youth tacitly admitted that he was Han Xian. Without needing Du Xiaofu to greet him, he directly sat down beside Meng like I and said, "I also know about you today. You are Du Xiaofu. More and more people will know about me." Du Xiaofu nodded. After which, he looked at Meng like I and said, "If you want to apologize to me, you don't have to come personally." Meng like I looked at Du Xiaofu and thought to himself, "Didn't you ask me to come personally?" While Meng like I was thinking to himself, Du Xiaofu continued, "As long as you waive the bill for my drinks tonight, I will be very happy. I will waive all your expenses tonight." Meng like I looked at Du Xiaofu with his chubby face and tried his best to maintain his poise. He said, "Do you want me to find you a few more girls?" Meng like I couldn't help but add, "It's also free. No need. I am not a casual person." Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up when he heard that. "Then," he said regretfully, "if only you were my friend. With a friend like you, I would be very happy in the future." "If you think we're friends, we'll be friends right away," Meng like I said as he looked at Du Xiaofu. "At least we're not friends yet." Du Xiaofu shook his head and said to Meng like I, "Are you sure you didn't come looking for me because of He Jun and Guokuren?" "No, our relationship with them is very subtle, but it's not to the point where we need to take the initiative to stand up for them," Han Xian said to Du Xiaofu. "That's good. I thought I was going to hit someone again. I really don't want to hit anyone today." Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. Then, he looked at Meng like I and said, "I want to see Miss Murong Yoru. You are the boss here. You should be able to arrange it, right? Du Xiaofu's words once again made Han Xian and Meng Like feel uneasy. Meng Like was stunned. Then, he looked at Han Xian. His gaze fluctuated. Finally, he looked at Du Xiaofu again and asked, "As far as I know, you and Miss Murong Yoro are very close. Why are you looking for her?" "I don't know. She asked me to come." Du Xiaofu sighed. Han Xian's indifferent gaze fluctuated a little. Then, he looked at Meng Like and said, "Miss Yoro seems to be accompanying that person on the third floor, right?" Meng Like was stunned. Then, he smiled and looked at Du Xiaofu, saying, "Although I'm the boss here, I really can't intervene in Miss Yoro's matters. She should be accompanying an important guest now. If you want to find her, I can let you go. But when the time comes, don't say that we brought you there. Just say that you wanted to go there." Du Xiaofu looked at the two of them and said, "All right, bring me there." Meng Like nodded. Then, the three of them went to the third floor together. On the third floor, in a quiet and elegant private room, everything was decorated in an antique style. A thin young man stood beside a graceful woman in a purple dress. The young man was very handsome. He had big charming eyes that were deep and bright. His delicate face was like a woman's. Especially his lips, which were outlined in a dazzling smile. "Yoro, you know that you don't have to stay in your hometown. I don't want you to be stared at by other men every day. There are no good men," the thin young man said as he looked at the graceful woman. The graceful woman in the purple dress smiled. Her delicate body was like a jade willow, light and tender. Her smile was very beautiful. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had a very elegant temperament. Especially when she had just finished playing the zither, there was an antique aura. She was as beautiful as a fairy who had walked out of a painting. She was Murong Yoro. "All right, don't talk about this anymore. Thank you for coming today." Murong Yoro smiled at the thin young man. She pulled the thin young man to a seat without much restraint. It seemed that their relationship was not shallow. "Guokoan and He-jun, those two blind things, clearly know that you are my woman. How dare they cause trouble for you? It seems that I am usually too gentle," the thin young man said. The skinny young man said with a cold expression, "I'll get them to apologize to you personally." "When did I become your woman?" Murong Yoro looked at the thin young man and smiled. I don't know what to say about you. But I want to know who that kid is. Why are you so nervous about him?" The thin young man stared at Murong Yoro, waiting for her answer. "I am not nervous about him." For some reason, Murong Yoro's reaction to this sentence was particularly big. There was even a little blush on her cheek. It seemed that she did not dare to look directly into the thin young man's eyes. "He saved me and even helped Xingyu. It was because of me that he got into trouble. So, I hope that he will be fine." "You two are related. You just blushed. I have known you for so long and this is the first time you are like this. You don't even dare to look into my eyes. So, you two are definitely related." The thin young man looked at Murong Yoro, his gaze fluctuating. Creak, at this moment, the door of the private room was opened. Then, 3 people walked in. Looking at the 3 people who came in, Murong Yoro raised her head. Her eyes were filled with surprise. Du Xiaofu followed Han Xian and Meng Like to a private room on the 3rd floor. Without knocking, Meng Like directly pushed the door open and saw Murong Yoro sitting together with a young man in the private room. This Murong Yoro was the Murong Yoro that Du Xiaofu was looking for. From Guokoan's words in the morning, Du Xiaofu had already guessed that Murong Yoro was the famous courtesan of the old flower garden in the entire Lanling prefecture city. But for some reason, as soon as he walked into the private room, he saw Murong Yoro sitting together with a young man. The two of them were sitting very close to each other. They were even holding hands. It was obvious that their relationship was not shallow. This made Du Xiaofu feel unhappy. At this moment, the thin young man's gaze also fell on Han Xian, Meng Like and Du Xiaofu. His large eyes were slightly cold. He opened his mouth and said softly, Han Xian, Meng like I, the two of you are becoming more and more unruly. First, it was Guo Kuan and He Jun. Now, it's the two of you. It seems that the so-called four bears of Lanling are looking down on me more and more. The thin young man's voice was very pleasant. He did not give Han Xian and Meng like I any face at all. He directly called the Hulun young masters the four bears of Lanling. However, Han Xian and Meng like I were not angry at all in the face of this thin young man. It was as if being scolded by this thin young man was a very normal thing. Meng like I, in particular, had to put on a smile. He then pointed at Du Xiaofu and said, How would we dare to disturb you? We couldn't stop him. He was the one who insisted on looking for Miss Yoroa. As Meng Lightsai's voice faded, the thin young man's gaze fell on Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu! Murong Yoroa exclaimed in shock. Then, she got up and went to Du Xiaofu's side. She did not expect Du Xiaofu to come in with Meng like I and Han Xian. She smiled apologetically and said, I was worried about whether I had come in with you. I forgot to arrange for you to come in. I'm really sorry. I thought it might be someone with the same name. I didn't expect it to be you. Du Xiaofu was surprised to see Murong Yoroa, but he was not surprised. He then said to Murong Yoroa, It doesn't matter. Anyway, I came in and heard a moving song. It was very pleasant to listen to. Murong Yoroa smiled faintly and said, I'm sorry. Meng like I stared at Du Xiaofu from the side with a look of disdain. He thought to himself, this guy clearly didn't say that in front of us. He clearly said that the zither music was still lacking. It was really pleasant to listen to, Du Xiaofu said seriously. Yoroa, so this kid is the Du Xiaofu you were talking about. The thin young man also got up and walked to Murong Yoroa's side. Then, he took Murong Yoroa's hands and played with them in his white palms, as if declaring his sovereignty. He glanced at Du Xiaofu and said, You look like a kid who is still wet behind the ears. I'm a little surprised that you can beat He Jun. Du Xiaofu didn't know why, but when he saw the thin young man playing with Murong Yoroa's hand, he felt even more uncomfortable. He listened to the thin young man's words and said, You also surprised me. It turns out that a man can be as good-looking as you. You look like a woman, but I feel that you're too feminine. Du Xiaofu didn't know why. Kid, I dare you to say it again. The thin young man's anger suddenly surged. Du Xiaofu had never been a person who gave in or was threatened. He immediately said, I said you look like a woman. What's wrong with that? I admire your courage. As the skinny young man's voice faded, a terrifying aura erupted from his skinny body. This aura was so powerful that it caused the entire room to tremble. Han Xian's and Meng Lightsai's expressions changed, but a faint smile appeared in their eyes. I'm a little slow writing today. There are more chapters, but brothers, save them for tomorrow. Don't delay your rest. Chapter 130. Murong Yoroa wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Fury surged in the lean youth's eyes, and a handprint directly grabbed towards Du Xiaofu, who was just inches away from him. Whoosh! Wherever the handprint passed, the air immediately fluctuated, and a faintly discernible vacuum mark appeared where the handprint passed. Runes flickered and then disappeared, but the terrifying handprint instantly arrived in front of Du Xiaofu's face. Perfect pulsation stage. Du Xiaofu was also very surprised. This lean youth looked very frail, but he didn't expect his cultivation to be so powerful. Perfect pulsation stage. That was the same cultivation as his uncle, but this lean youth's aura was clearly more powerful than his uncle's. Du Xiaofu moved. His movements were lightning fast, and the handprint in his hand quickly condensed. In an instant, pale golden profound energy surged around his body, and a terrifying and overbearing aura instantly surged. A fist with the force of a thunderbolt directly and fiercely collided with the former's handprint. Bang! Everything happened as fast as lightning. As a deep sonic boom rang out, Du Xiaofu's body staggered back several steps, and then fiercely collided with the window, causing the wall to crack. So powerful! Du Xiaofu was shocked. This lean youth was actually so powerful. He wasn't just a little bit stronger than He Jun. Just now, he was clearly at a disadvantage. If it wasn't for the Golden Rock's body refining technique, he wouldn't be able to contend against this lean youth. Thump! Thump! The lean youth's body was also forced back. In the end, his back collided with the wall, and the wall instantly cracked. Perfect Xiantian stage. How can he be so powerful? Impossible! With his back against the wall, the skinny young man looked at Du Xiaofu. His deep and large eyes were filled with shock. The skinny young man knew that the other party had defeated He Jun, so he was definitely not an ordinary person. Therefore, he used his full strength from the start because he had never been a love rival. This was what his father had taught him since he was young. The skinny young man remembered that on the first day of cultivation, his father had told him that he should never underestimate anyone because he had a brother named Du Tingxian. Anyone who underestimated him would end up defeated miserably. Therefore, the thin young man had never underestimated anyone since he was young. However, he had never imagined that the purple-robed young man was only at the perfected first heaven stage. Boom! At that moment, the entire old garden trembled. The lively old garden was suddenly filled with confusion and shock. Then, they raised their heads and looked at the third floor. The walls of the third floor were starting to crack. "Don't do it, stop!" Morong Yurua snapped back to her senses and immediately shouted. "The two of you, please show mercy." Meng Lightsai's face was pale and pained. The two of them were actually serious. They were going all out as soon as they made their move. They were going to tear down his old garden. However, the skinny young man did not pay attention to Morong Yurua and Meng Likai. He looked at Du Xiaofu, who was leaning against the window. An even more powerful profound qi surged. His skinny body was like a fierce beast at this moment. Accompanied by a faint muffled sound, he carried a terrifying aura and pounced towards Du Xiaofu like lightning. The thin young man once again appeared in front of Du Xiaofu as fast as lightning across the short distance between the rooms. "Humph!" Du Xiaofu growled in a deep voice. His body was wrapped in a faint golden light, and there seemed to be faint golden runes surging. Then, under the shocked gazes of Han Xian, Meng Likai, and Morong Yurua, he used the strength of his body to fiercely collide with the skinny young man. Du Xiaofu did not use any martial skills, nor did he use any moves. Instead, he used his body as a weapon at the fastest speed to directly collide with the skinny young man. Under this kind of impact, how big was the private room? The thin young man had no way of dodging. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two of them were already looking at each other. Du Xiaofu's body was wrapped in a faint golden light. The suppressed fighting intent also suddenly erupted at this moment, causing the energy in the old garden to boil. Under the shocked gazes of the three people in the old garden, the two figures collided like meteorites. The entire old garden trembled, and a low muffled collision sound resounded. Bang! 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 Waves of air billowed into the sky as the skinny figure was forced to take a few steps back. His expression changed drastically once again as he felt as if he had been hit by a terrifying demonic beast. His entire body was trembling, his chest was in pain, and his internal organs were in turmoil. Why do I feel a little soft? Du Xiaofu's body only trembled slightly. At the moment of impact, he felt as if his hard chest had hit something soft. As the skinny young man's body was shaken back, Du Xiaofu knew that the opportunity would not come again. It was impossible to beat the skinny young man with his strength, so he could only play to his advantage. His physical body, which was comparable to the young golden-winged rocks, was his advantage. In a flash, Du Xiaofu did not hesitate. His robust body was wrapped in golden light, and his arms shook slightly. Like a rock spreading its wings, he instantly hugged the skinny young man who had not yet stabilized his body. Then, his arms, which were like a rock spreading its wings, hugged the skinny young man tightly. Bang! 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 The huge impact sent the skinny young man directly to the wall behind him. The wall of the private room was directly penetrated by the two of them. In the surrounding private rooms, a few wealthy businessmen and celebrities were chatting and flirting with a few ladies. When they heard the commotion next door, they were startled and peeked in. In an instant they saw two figures rushing out. They were so frightened that they immediately avoided them. They were dumbfounded. "Bastard, let go!" the skinny young man shouted. He did not expect that a fight could be like this. At this moment, the skinny young man's arms were tightly held, and he could not break free at all. The purple-robed young man was like an incomparably strong bull at this moment. He was unstoppable, and the skinny young man could not stop at all. Du Xiaofu did not speak. He continued to hug the skinny young man and broke through another wall, reaching the third private room. "Stop, you two!" Meng like I was about to cry. They were definitely going to tear down his hometown. At this moment, he regretted listening to Han Xian's idea and bringing Du Xiaofu to the third floor. He had smashed his own foot with a rock. It was painful. Bastard! There was no one in the third private room. The skinny young man furiously shouted. At this moment it was difficult for him to use any means. He could only raise his leg and use his knee to directly hit the area between Du Xiaofu's leg. Du Xiaofu knew that the area between a man's legs could not be kicked no matter what. His body immediately sped up and directly hugged the skinny young man tightly, making it impossible for the skinny young man's leg to kick out. Bang! Bang! However, with Du Xiaofu's strength, the skinny young man's leg, which had just gathered momentum, was immediately unable to kick out. Then, he directly tripped on Du Xiaofu's leg. In the end, the two of them directly fell to the ground. The two of them were still exerting their strength. A terrifying aura erupted, and the two of them suppressed and clashed with each other. The two of them rolled on the ground and immediately smashed into the wall of the third private room. Caw. How could the wall of the window withstand the impact of the two of them? Suddenly, the wall cracked and then directly broke open a hole. The two of them directly fell through the window. Everyone on the first floor of the old garden had already raised their heads to look at the commotion on the third floor. Then, they saw two figures falling from the third floor. Everyone was so frightened that they scrambled to get out of the way. Then, everyone on the first floor was dumbfounded and dumbfounded. Falling from the third floor, the two of them were still tightly hugging each other. In the end, they fell heavily on the ground. However, it was Du Xiaofu who fell at the bottom. Rumble, the ground trembled and cracked. The entire hometown seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Du Xiaofu fell to the ground, but his hands were still tightly hugging the skinny young man's arm like pliers. Walala! Under the huge impact, the two of them continued to roll on the ground. One moment Du Xiaofu was on top, and the next moment the skinny young man was on top. Under the impact of the terrifying aura, the first floor of the hometown could be said to be in chaos. Everywhere they passed, the ground cracked and the decorations were destroyed. It was a tragic sight. Commander Zhang, Huang San, and the others were having fun in the hometown. Beside them, there were ladies accompanying them. This kind of life simply made these men fall into a land of gentleness. They felt that today was the right day to come. They had definitely profited. Suddenly, a shocking sound came from the third floor. Commander Zhang and the others immediately focused. Then, they saw two figures falling from the sky and falling to the ground. Commander Zhang, Huang San, and the others looked at each other. Why did the two figures that fell feel so familiar? Even the aura was familiar. Suddenly, they were shocked. They did not even care about the ladies beside them, and immediately rushed forward. Bastard, I will not let you go. The skinny young man finally reached the top once again. He had been unable to break free from Du Xiaofu's grip. Finally, he was completely enraged. After letting out a loud roar, he had no choice but to use his head to headbutt Du Xiaofu's forehead. Bang! Under this kind of impact, the skinny young man felt that the other party was fine. However, his head was buzzing and he almost fainted. This was definitely the toughest head he had ever seen. "Let go of me!" The skinny young man went crazy. As if he had lost control, he actually opened his mouth and bit Du Xiaofu's nose. Du Xiaofu's body was protected by the body refinement technique and profound energy, but his nose was not protected. Du Xiaofu screamed. It was a real scream. It was definitely an excruciating pain. It felt as if his nose was about to be bitten off. 6 watch period, 3:30 a.m. Xiao Yu continues to write. Brothers who are still reading, remember to vote for today's recommendation. It's Monday, the recommendation is very important. Chapter 131. Amidst the pain, Du Xiaofu's last bit of strength exploded out. He didn't know where the strength came from, but he once again pressed the thin young man under his body. However, the thin young man didn't let go of his nose. "I'll bite too." Du Xiaofu couldn't move at all. Amidst the pain, the only thing he could do was to open his mouth and bite down. He didn't know where he bit, but those demonic beast-like teeth viciously bit down. At this time, the thin young man screamed. After screaming, he naturally opened his mouth and let go of Du Xiaofu's nose. Du Xiaofu was in intense pain. Now that his nose had escaped, he naturally opened his mouth and released the spot where he had bitten the skinny young man. In order to avoid being bitten by the skinny young man again, his arms finally let go of the skinny young man, after which, his hands directly pressed on the skinny young man's chest. Instantly, Du Xiaofu felt that the thin young man's chest was soft. It was soft to the touch and extremely elastic. And on the thin young man's lower lip, there were 2 rows of bite marks with fresh blood flowing out. It turned out that he had bitten the thin young man's lower lip just now. "I bit a man's mouth. My first kiss was given to a man." Du Xiaofu was stunned. It was as if he was struck by lightning and countless crows flew over his head. Suddenly, he felt unwell. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu seemed to have discovered something. He was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked at the thin young man's chest that he was grabbing with both hands. It was soft to the touch. Then, he squeezed it again. It was still soft. In an instant, his expression changed greatly. He said, "How can a man like you have a chest? You transvestite." The thin young man was also stunned. For a moment, his mind was blank. That purple-robed young man was actually sitting on his thigh, biting his lips, and his hands were grabbing his chest. "It's young Master Xiaofu." Commander Zhang, Huang San, and the other 6 people rushed out from the dense crowd of onlookers. Then, they saw the 2 people who were sitting together in a very friendly manner. Instantly, the 6 people's expressions changed greatly. It was as if their vision suddenly turned black. "Bastard, get lost." After coming back to his senses, the thin young man exploded. His hands, which could finally move, directly slapped Du Xiaofu's body. Bang! This time, it was Du Xiaofu who was caught by surprise. His body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground. "Oh, my hometown!" Meng Like I finally reached the first floor. His face was filled with heartache. Looking at the first floor of his hometown that looked like it had been torn apart, his heart was bleeding. "Who dares to cause trouble in my hometown?" At the same time, around the old garden, a large number of men in tight clothes began to rush in. Their auras were all extraordinary, much stronger than the men in tight clothes who were guarding the door outside. The leaders were definitely strong. When these men in tight clothes saw that their young master, Meng Like I, was also here, they immediately gathered around Meng Like I. As long as Meng Like I gave the order, they would immediately pounce on Du Xiaofu and the thin young man. The reason why the old garden was able to stand tall in Lanling Prefecture City and no one dared to cause trouble was because everyone knew that the old garden was guarded by strong people. It was definitely not a place to cause trouble. However, Meng Like I didn't let those men in tight clothes make a move. Instead, he signaled them not to. However, his eyes were filled with pain and tears were about to flow out. When Han Xin and Murong Yuro arrived, their gazes immediately fell on the thin young man and Du Xiaofu. "Bastard, I'm going to kill you!" Blood flowed out from the corner of the thin young man's mouth. His extremely beautiful lower lip was already bleeding from Du Xiaofu's bite. When he recalled the scene just now, how could he endure it? He immediately rushed toward Du Xiaofu. "You transvestite, you still have breast. You bit my nose, you stole my first kiss." Du Xiaofu, whose nose was dripping with blood, also roared. He was unwilling to fall behind and was aggressive. "Eldest miss, don't do it. Young Master Xiaofu, we're all family." After Commander Zhang and Huang San regained their senses, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. They immediately stood between the two of them. "Zhang Lin, why are you here?" When the thin young man saw Commander Zhang and the others, he was stunned for a moment. His face was filled with surprise. Although Zhang Lin and the others were from the private army, they were also the trusted aides of his father and mother. Could it be that his father and mother had come? Thinking of this, the thin young man's face suddenly became worried. "We were ordered to accompany young Master Xiaofu," Zhang Lin respectfully said to the thin young man. His attitude was very respectful. Not to mention the palace master and madam, just the young master in front of him was already not below him in terms of cultivation at such a young age. His strength was even stronger than him. This was enough to earn his respect. "Huang San, what did you just say? She's the eldest miss?" Du Xiaofu was also stunned. Seeing Huang San and the others standing between them, he immediately opened his mouth and asked in shock. "Young master, this is the eldest Mississippi. Why are you guys fighting?" Huang San's face was pale. The eldest miss and this young Master Xiaofu were fighting. If this were to happen, he would not be able to report back to his superiors. They even fought in his hometown. "What? Eldest miss? What eldest miss? Could she be Ouyang Shuang? She's a girl disguised as a boy. She's Aunt Shan's daughter." Du Xiaofu was so shocked that his mouth was wide open. During the day, he had heard from Aunt Shan that Aunt Shan had a daughter called Ouyang Shuang. However, he did not expect that the thin young man in front of him was actually Aunt Shan's daughter, Ouyang Shuang. "Zhang Lin, what's going on with this kid?" Ouyang Shuang also heard the problem at this moment and immediately asked Zhang Lin curiously. "Eldest miss, we were ordered to take care of young Master Xiaofu." Zhang Lin wanted to answer, but he really did not know the background of this young Master Xiaofu. Anyway, Madame was very nervous. However, Zhang Lin was also completely shocked just now. He knew the strength of the eldest Mississippi. He could not do anything about it. However, that young Master Xiaofu was very strong. He was simply wild and overbearing. He could actually make the eldest miss lose. This showed how terrifying he was. Why would he need his protection? Are the two of them together? Murong Yuro and everyone on the first floor of the old garden looked at Du Xiaofu and Ouyang Shuang in confusion. Du Xiaofu is also from the Lanling Prefecture? Han Xin and Meng Lightsai's expressions immediately turned ugly. "Are you Aunt Shan's daughter?" Du Xiaofu stepped forward and looked at the skinny young man. No wonder this young man looked like a woman. It turned out that he was really a woman. "Who the hell are you?" Ouyang Shuang glared at Du Xiaofu. How could she have thought that this little bastard in front of her was related to her family? "My name is Du Xiaofu. As for who I am, you will know when you go back and ask Aunt Shan." Du Xiaofu glanced at Ouyang Shuang helplessly and said, "Logically speaking, I should call you sister. But you should have told me in advance that you are a woman dressed as a man. If I had known that you were Aunt Shan's daughter, I would not have fought with you." "I am not done with you yet." Ouyang Shuang glared fiercely at Du Xiaofu. Before she figured out the situation, It was not good for her to fight. She then went to Murong Yorua's side angrily and said, Yorua, it seems that I don't need to deal with this kid. I will go back first. Okay. Murong Yorua nodded slightly and smiled bitterly. She did not expect things to turn out like this today. She originally wanted to ask Ouyang Shuang to help settle the matter of Du Xiaofu beating up Guokuan and He Jun. In the entire Lanling Prefecture city, only this person in front of her could intimidate the Lanling four young masters. The two of you listen up. Also help me warn He Jun and Guokuan. Tell them to wait for me. I will settle the score with them sooner or later. Ouyang Shuang wiped the blood from her lips with her sleeve and glared fiercely at Du Xiaofu. Then, she turned around and left the old garden. Then, I will also leave first. Du Xiaofu also went to Murong Yorua's side. It seemed that with his sister protecting Murong Yorua would not be in any trouble. He did not need to worry anymore. Xiaofu, I didn't know things would turn out like this. Murong Yorua's starry eyes flickered with an apologetic expression. She frowned slightly. She originally wanted to help. She did not expect that the person who said he was new to Lanling Prefecture City was actually from Lanling Prefecture. It seemed that his relationship with Lanling Prefecture was not ordinary. He actually had an expert from Lanling Prefecture protecting him. It's not your fault. It's my sister who has a bad temper. Du Xiaofu smiled slightly. He knew that Murong Yorua had good intentions and wanted to help him solve the problem. He was extremely grateful, even though the final result was somewhat unexpected. Meng like I, Brother Meng, I am sorry for causing this place to become like this. How much do you need to pay? I will compensate you. Du Xiaofu came to Han Xian and Meng Lightsai's side and said to Meng like I in an embarrassed manner. Meng Lightsai's face twitched. It turned out that this bastard was also from Lanling Prefecture. Listening to the conversation just now, he seemed to be the younger brother of the troublesome Ouyang Shuang. What else could he do at this time? At least, he could not use force. Fortunately, this guy was sensible and knew how to compensate. For the sake of Lanling Prefecture, Meng like I naturally had to give him face. Seeing that Du Xiaofu was sensible, Meng Lightsai's painful expression suddenly eased a little. He squeezed out a wry smile and said, Brother Du is too polite. Since Brother Du is from Lanling Prefecture and is the younger brother of Lanling Prefecture's young lady, you don't have to be too polite. It doesn't matter if Brother Du doesn't compensate. However, Meng like I would never have thought that he had just said something that he regretted the most in his life. Just as Meng Lightsai's voice fell, Du Xiaofu smiled and then patted Meng Lightsai's shoulder enthusiastically and said, I know that you are loyal. Then I won't compensate. Anyway, I just said it casually. In fact, even if you want me to compensate, I won't compensate. Meng like I was dumbfounded. He felt that his whole body was not good. It was as if there were countless horses galloping in his heart. Thank you to many brothers for the rewards. Thank you. A total of 5 days. The first day was 21 updates, the second day was 10 updates, the third day was 7 updates, the fourth day was 7 updates, and the fifth day was also 7 updates. Xiao Yu has completed 5 days in a row. I would also like to thank the brothers and sisters for their support. I am really tired. I have to stay up all night every day. So please let Xiao Yu take a break tomorrow, but I will maintain the normal updates. The normal updates will be 3 updates a day. If there are any special situations, Xiao Yu will be the first to inform. In addition, I will often add more updates for the rewards and flowers. It is 5 a.m. now, so Xiao Yu's update tomorrow might be a little late. Brothers, please forgive me. Lastly, please see that Xiao Yu is still working hard. Brothers and sisters, please support the original reading. Zhu Lang website is the only original reading. Only by reading the original reading can you generate flowers to support Xiao Yu. Lastly, I will appeal for the support of all the brothers. After a day or two, Xiao Yu will continue to explode. Chapter 132. Oh right, I forgot to tell you guys something important. Just as Meng Lightsai's face was filled with black lines, Du Xiaofu's gaze also turned mysteriously towards Meng Likai and Han Xin. What is it? Han Xin and Meng Likai were both extremely interested. The two of them immediately poked their heads out to look at Du Xiaofu, afraid that the surrounding people would overhear them. At the same time, Du Xiaofu made his move. He was as quiet as a virgin, but as agile as a fleeing rabbit. His fists were like twin dragons emerging from the sea, viciously punching out at close range, landing directly on the noses of the two men. Among the Lanling 4 young masters, based on cultivation alone, everyone knew that He Jun was the strongest, Han Xin was second, and Guo Kuan was about the same as Meng Likai. Bang bang! With Du Xiaofu's sudden attack, how could Han Xin and Meng Likai avoid it? A deep sonic boom immediately rang out, followed by the sound of broken noses. Crack crack, Han Xin and Meng Lightsai's noses were broken, blood dripping from their nostrils. They forcefully held back their screams. The experts beside Meng Likai looked at each other. If they didn't know Du Xiaofu's identity, they would have already pounced on him. However, now that they knew that Du Xiaofu was from the Lanling Prefecture, and was even an extraordinary relative of the Lanling Prefecture master, how could they still dare to make a move? The surrounding crowd also looked at each other. No one had expected that Du Xiaofu, who had been acting like good friends with Meng Likai and Han Xin just a second ago, would directly attack them the next second. Furthermore, he had taken advantage of their unpreparedness. Han Xin and Meng Likai both covered their noses, forcefully holding back their screams of pain. One couldn't help but admire their endurance. Their gazes were also fixed on Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu clapped his hands and touched his bloody nose. He continued to smile as he looked at Han Xin and Meng Likai. What I want to tell you is that you must not use me in the future. I will beat you up. After pausing for a moment, Du Xiaofu continued with a sigh. You guys used me to provoke my sister, and caused my nose to be injured by my sister. I can't hit my sister, so I can only hit you guys. Now, you guys are accompanying me in getting your noses injured. Isn't this a lot more harmonious? I'll take my leave first. I'll come back to my hometown when I'm free. Brother Meng, thank you for your hospitality. As his voice faded, Du Xiaofu covered his bleeding nose and turned around to leave. Regiment Commander Zhang, Huang San, and the rest looked at each other and sucked in a breath of cold air. They immediately followed closely behind. Today, they completely understood this young Master Xiaofu who had descended from the sky. This terrifying young master didn't need their protection at all. In just a day's time in the Lanling Prefecture city, he had already beaten up the famous Lanling 4 young masters. Who else in the Lanling Prefecture city could have this kind of domineering aura? In the hometown, everyone looked at Du Xiaofu and automatically opened up a path in the middle. No one dared to block his path. There were even many wealthy businessmen and celebrities who nodded and smiled at Du Xiaofu. They seemed to want to build a good relationship with this young master of the Lanling Prefecture city in the future. Under Han Xin and Meng Lightsai's twitching eyes, Du Xiaofu's figure gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Just as Du Xiaofu stepped out of the hometown's gate, his eyes were filled with confusion. Outside the hometown, there were thousands of people standing neatly. They were all wearing armor and holding various weapons in their hand. Their auras were sharp and fierce. On top of the few demonic beasts at the front, there were a few men who were definitely experts. Father, it's him. That bastard hurt me and even snatched my Qiankuan bag. In front of the army of over 1,000 armored soldiers, there was a stretcher carried by 2 people. A young man with white bandages all over his body looked at Du Xiaofu and sneered. Kid, you're dead for sure today. You dare to hit me? I'll make you beg for death today. Young Master Xiaofu, this is the Lanling Prefecture City's City Defense Army. Huang San stepped forward and stood beside Du Xiaofu. Looking at the densely packed City Defense Army, He wasn't worried at all. Du Xiaofu also recognized the young man who was tied up. It was the young man in the brocade robe who he had beaten up when he entered the hometown. He frowned slightly and asked Huang San, "Which is bigger, the City Defense Army or the Lanling Prefecture City Lord?" "Young Master Xiaofu, are you kidding? The City Defense Army belongs to the Lanling Prefecture and is under the control of the City Lord. Even the City Lord is obedient in front of our Prefecture City Lord. This City Defense Army is naturally nothing. Not to mention the Prefecture City Lord, even in front of our Lanling Prefecture's private army, they are also obedient. They can't be compared to our Lanling Prefecture City's private army." Huang San patted his chest and said to Du Xiaofu. Beside him was the leader of the Lanling Prefecture City's private army. "Kid, who are you? You're so ruthless at such a young age. How dare you injure my son so severely? Do you not put me in your eyes?" Among the City Defense Army, a skinny middle-aged man in yellow armor looked at Du Xiaofu with a gloomy gaze. He didn't expect that the person who had injured his son was actually a 16 or 17-year-old youth. "I don't even know who you are. Do I need to put you in my eyes?" Du Xiaofu covered his nose with one hand and pointed at young Master Lin, who was wrapped up like a dumpling on the stretcher. He said, "That is your son, right? You came at the right time. Your son is in so much pain from my punches. Just pay me some medical fees. Of course, if the medical fees are too little, I won't be able to see your son in the future. Every time I see you, I will represent justice and beat you up. You didn't discipline your son well, so beating you up is also a form of justice." "Ha ha ha ha." The middle-aged man in armor laughed coldly. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Where did this brat come from? So arrogant. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I will write my name backward." "What's going on?" The people in the old garden rushed out. The commotion outside had attracted the attention of the people inside. City Defense Army. Those who could enter the old garden weren't ordinary people. When they saw the army outside, they immediately recognized that it was the City Defense Army of Lanling City. Young City Lord. Many of the City Defense Army and the experts in the army followed the people from the old garden out. They immediately recognized Han Xian, who was covering his nose and walking in front. "Greetings, young City Lord." Instantly, the middle-aged man with the surname Lin and all the City Defense Army got off their mounts and bowed to Han Xian. A City Defense Army commander was nothing in front of the young City Lord. "What are you all doing here?" Han Xian looked at the thousands of City Defense Army soldiers and then looked at the youth on the stretcher. He remembered something Meng like I said and immediately understood something. This. The middle-aged man with the surname Lin didn't know how to answer. He couldn't directly say that he brought the City Defense Army to avenge his son in front of the young City Lord. "Brother Han, are they here to beat me?" Du Xiaofu said as he walked to the front of Han Xian. Just like Han Xian, he covered his bleeding nose with one hand. As soon as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, all the wealthy and famous people who had come out of the hometown immediately looked at the officer with the surname Lin with a half-smile. This guy from the city guards actually wanted to touch this ferocious young man. He was simply courting death. They were afraid that there would be a good show to watch soon. "Brother Han." Hearing the purple-robed youth and the young city lord calling each other brother, the middle-aged man with the surname Lin suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Han Xian's face twitched. He looked at the middle-aged man with the surname Lin and said, "You are called Lin Ming, right? Take your people and leave. Leave immediately." Don't go," Du Xiaofu suddenly said. He then smiled at Han Xian and said, "Brother Han, I just beat you up. Your people might be here to avenge you. How can you let them go?" When Han Xian heard Du Xiaofu's words, his eyes twitched and he felt a little uncomfortable. Beat up the young city lord. The military officer surnamed Lin's expression changed drastically. He felt the rich and famous people in Lanling Prefecture City looking at him as if he was a joke. Then, he heard the purple-robed young man's words. The young city lord was beaten up by him and had nothing to say. The young city lord even gave him a signal with his eyes. He suddenly had a feeling that he had poked something he shouldn't have poked at this time. Lin Ming, you really have guts. Commander Zhang finally came out. He knew that it was time for him to come out. He couldn't let young Master Xiaofu act alone. Commander Zhang. Lin Ming saw Zhang Lin. As the commander of the city guards, he had seen Zhang Lin before. Because Zhang Lin was wearing plain clothes, he didn't recognize him just now. He also didn't pay much attention to Zhang Lin, who was standing behind Du Xiaofu. Now that he recognized Zhang Lin, his expression changed again. Faintly, the bad premonition became more and more intense. Zhang Lin shook his long robe and stepped forward slightly. He looked at Lin Ming with cold eyes and said in a low voice, "Lin Ming, you brought the city guards here. I wonder if you want to rebel or if the city lord wants to rebel." Hearing Zhang Lin's words, Han Xian's expression changed. He was afraid that he would be framed like this. If that happened, even his father would be implicated. Rebel? I don't want to rebel. What do you mean? Lin Ming was also stunned. He definitely didn't have the intention to rebel. He didn't dare to. You don't dare to? You brought the city guards here to deal with young Master Xiaofu of the Lanling Prefecture City. That's equivalent to going against the city lord. You even dared to go against the city lord. If you aren't rebelling, then what are you? Zhang Lin shouted. Young Master Xiaofu of the Lanling Prefecture City? When Lin Ming heard this, his whole body trembled in fear. At this time, he didn't know what was going on at all. However, he faintly knew that he was going to be in trouble this time. Time is up. Xiao Yu, continue to write. Chapter 133. Pa! Lin Ming's face was slapped. Han Xian had slapped Lin Ming's face hard and shouted, "Bastard, get out of here!" Hold it! Du Xiaofu shouted, his gaze landing calmly on Lin Ming. I had thought that someone wanted to hit me, but it turns out that someone wants to rebel. No, I'm not trying to rebel. Lin Ming clutched his burning face, his face full of shock. He had thought that it was some rich second-generation hedonistic son of a wealthy merchant from Lanling Prefecture City who had hit his son, and that he could use this opportunity to extort some money. But Lin Ming had not expected that this time, his son would offend someone he could not afford to offend. Du Xiaofu looked at Lin Ming and said, "Since you're not trying to rebel, then you're trying to hit me? Young master, I didn't mean that." How could Lin Ming dare to admit it now? His entire body was trembling in fear. This purple-robed youth before him had even beaten up the young city lord. How could he afford to offend him? You're not here to hit me, nor are you here to rebel. Don't tell me you've brought your army here for a stroll? Du Xiaofu suddenly shouted, then turned to Zhang Lin behind him and said, "Commander Zhang, take this guy back and interrogate him properly. See who's trying to rebel?" Yes. Zhang Lin understood, and with the others behind him, he stepped forward and took Lin Ming into custody. "Young city lord, save me, young city lord, save me." Lin Ming pleaded loudly to Han Xian for help. At this moment it was too late for regret. Idiot. Han Xian was so angry that his teeth were itching. How could he still be willing to pay attention to this Lin Ming? This idiot had already dragged his father into this mess. If the prefecture lord wanted to, even his father would not be able to escape. He needed to go back and inform his father as soon as possible. Let's go. Du Xiaofu ignored the others and turned to leave. The thousands of city guards did not dare to move. Even their commander had been taken into custody. What else could they do? Father, young Master Lin, who was lying on the stretcher, stared blankly at his father who was being held captive. He had yet to recover from his shock. Lin Ming glared at his son, his eyes blazing with anger. If not for the fact that Lin Ming was his son, he would have chopped him into pieces. Huang San, what did this guy say he was going to do to me? Du Xiaofu walked past young Master Lin and suddenly stopped. He took a few steps back, looked at young Master Lin on the stretcher, and said to Huang San. Huang San said seriously, "Young Master Xiaofu, this guy just said that he would make you beg for death. I'll leave it to you." Du Xiaofu's voice fell, and then he left. Instantly, a miserable shriek came out of young Master Lin's mouth. Outside of Lanling Prefecture's grand entrance, Du Xiaofu, Commander Zhang, Huang San, and the rest rode back on their black-scaled demonic horses. "Stop!" Just as Du Xiaofu was about to enter the prefecture, a shout was suddenly heard. Then, a thin youth appeared in front of Du Xiaofu and the rest. It was Ouyang Shuang, who had left early. Young Mississippi, Commander Zhang, Huang San, and the rest immediately bowed. "What's the matter?" Du Xiaofu looked at Ouyang Shuang, who was dressed as a man, and felt a little relieved. At least his first kiss wasn't given to a man. Ouyang Shuang stared at Du Xiaofu, Zhang Lin, and the rest and said, "Tonight's matter, none of you are allowed to go back and tell my parents. Otherwise, I won't let you off." The moment she finished speaking, Ouyang Shuang turned around and walked into the Lanling Manor. In Lanling Prefecture, the servant girls had already prepared a room for Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu originally wanted to stay at Morong Yorua's place, but he couldn't resist Aunt Shan's persuasion. In the end, he could only agree to Aunt Shan's request to stay at Lanling Prefecture. In the room, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged, holding his bleeding nose and slightly raising his head. Fortunately, there wasn't much blood. "I need to break through as soon as possible. My current cultivation is still too weak," Du Xiaofu murmured softly. He thought of his mother and his younger sister, whom he had yet to see, as well as the huge power that had forcefully torn his family apart. Only by becoming a true expert would he be able to break through all obstacles one day. Without strength, everything was just empty talk. In this world, it had always been strength that spoke. Du Xiaofu knew that everything that happened today was because of Lanling Prefecture's existence. If it wasn't for Lanling Prefecture behind him, he probably wouldn't be able to walk out of his hometown today. Everything that happened today was definitely not his own strength. He was just borrowing power. "Only my own strength is truly mine. I will work hard to break through. After meeting the City Lord, I will head to the academy as soon as possible. I hope that the City Lord can come out of seclusion as soon as possible." Du Xiaofu's determined face flickered with a faint golden light. He then sat cross-legged on the bed and formed a cultivation seal. A moment later, his body was enveloped in a faint golden light. The curtain of night covered the sky. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the moonlight cascaded down. In the study, a middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged. His body was enveloped in a runic halo. Profound chi surged, and his aura was sharp and vigorous. Creak, the door of the study was pushed open. A black-clothed middle-aged man walked in and stood quietly to the side. "Chi-chi." The middle-aged man withdrew his hand seal. The runic halo around him gradually disappeared, revealing a handsome face. His thick eyebrows were slightly raised in a rebellious manner. He was handsome and heroic. His dew-like clear eyes flickered with a bright light. It was the Lanling Prefecture's Mansion Master, Ouyang Ling Mansion Master. "He has returned." The black-clothed middle-aged man looked at Ouyang Ling and added, "He's not bad. You've never praised anyone." Ouyang Ling looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man and said, "I know he's not bad because he's my brother's son. I just want to know how good he is." The black-clothed middle-aged man's eyes flickered. He then said to Ouyang Ling, "Tonight, he broke into the hometown and beat up Han Xian and Meng Like I. One of the city guard's commanders brought 1,000 men to the hometown because his son was beaten up. But now they have been brought back by him. He and Zhang Lin are singing the same tune, saying that the city guards and Han Chang want to rebel." Ouyang Ling listened. His eyes flashed with a smile. Finally, he smiled and asked, "Did he come back in one piece tonight?" "No." The black-clothed middle-aged man shook his head. "No." The black-clothed middle-aged man shook his head and said, "He fought with eldest Mississippi. Eldest Miss is in the hometown. It seems to be because of that Morong Euro. But eldest Miss didn't gain any advantage. He's only at the peak of the Xiantian realm." Peak of the Xiantian realm. Ouyang Ling's eyes shook. Then, a bitter smile appeared on his face. "That girl is at the peak of the pulsation realm. He's only at the peak of the Xiantian realm. As expected of that fellow's son." "Mansion Master, do we need to do anything?" The black-clothed middle-aged man looked at Ouyang Ling and said, "All these years, Han Chang has relied on his connections in the imperial capital to refuse to accept you. I think our chance has come." Ouyang Ling stood with his hands behind his back. He walked a few rounds in the study and said, "Although Han Chang is a little arrogant, he's a smart person. Otherwise, I wouldn't have kept him alive. Mansion Master, you've always wanted to take him for your own use. Otherwise, Han Chang wouldn't be able to affect you at all," the black-clothed middle-aged man said. Ouyang Ling smiled and said to the black-clothed middle-aged man, "Since this matter was caused by a junior, we don't have to interfere. I believe Han Chang won't interfere either. If he interferes, it proves that he's not Han Chang." "Mansion Master, is this appropriate? After all, he's just arrived at the Lanling Prefecture. He doesn't know anything." The black-clothed middle-aged man was worried. "He doesn't know anything, but he defeated 4 of the Lanling 4 young masters in one day. Isn't that enough? Although Han Xian is young, he's not bad. He's even better than his father, Han Chang. So, I really want to know who's stronger between him and Han Xian," Ouyang Ling said softly. His eyes were filled with anticipation and curiosity. Faintly, there was also some desire. Han Xian is indeed not bad. He's able to endure today. The black-clothed middle-aged man's eyes flickered and asked, "What if he defeats Han Xian?" "If he defeats Han Xian, I'll have to show myself and drive him away." Ouyang Ling murmured, "If he defeats Han Xian, what else can I train him? That brother of mine is simply asking his son to make things difficult for me." "Is that brat really that strong? What's his background?" In a quiet small hall, a rather well-built man said with a slight frown, "I don't know his background. That brat isn't that strong. He just doesn't play according to common sense and catches people off guard." In the small hall, Han Xian's nose was bandaged. After he finished speaking to the well-built man, he added, "That brat is also very shameless and black-hearted. Don't find excuses for your loss." The well-built man looked at Han Xian and said, "A loss is a loss. You can't handle your opponent. That's your loss." "I haven't lost yet," Han Xian said. Looking at Han Xian, the well-built man said, "All right, then I'll leave Lin Ming's matter to you. You've never met a worthy opponent in all these years. Meng Like I is very good, but he's never willing to fight you head-on. It's time for you to find an opponent." "I won't lose for sure," Han Xian said. There were blazing fluctuations in his eyes. The next day, when the Lanling Prefecture city had just woken up from the bright morning, a few broken stars were hanging in the sky. Gradually, the city became lively and noisy. Huff! Du Xiaofu withdrew his hand seals and stopped cultivating. The golden light around his body retracted into his body. He spat out a mouthful of turbid qi from his mouth. Immediately, a rich aura rippled out from his body. Chapter 134. Du Xiaofu smiled as he felt the abundant xian qi in his Shenquebec. He hoped that he could make another breakthrough as soon as possible. If he could break through to the pulsating realm, his strength would take a huge leap. However, Du Xiaofu did not forget Zhen Qingquan's advice. There was no need to rush to break through to the Xiantian realm and pulsating realm. The most important thing was to lay a good foundation. The descendants of those super clans and ancient inheritances would never allow their descendants to break through too quickly. Accumulating strength was the most important thing. Otherwise, with the resources of those super clans and ancient inheritances, they would be able to nurture many experts of the younger generation. However, once these experts reached a certain level of cultivation, it would be difficult for them to advance any further. In the backyard of the Lanling residence, Du Xiaofu was called to eat breakfast by a servant girl. When he arrived at the side hall, his eyes immediately lit up. At this moment, there was already a 21 or 22-year-old girl standing in the hall. She was dressed in a long green dress. Her hair was tied up in a bun and the long hair on her temples set off her peerless appearance. Her thin eyebrows should be gentle, but they were slightly wrinkled, making her appear stubborn and unapproachable. There was not the slightest ripple in her indifferent eyes. However, there was no doubt that this was a peerless beauty. She looked so familiar. Du Xiaofu looked at the peerless beauty and sized her up without blinking. He had a feeling of déjà vu. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu saw the faint teeth marks on the peerless beauty's lower lip. His eyes were filled with shock as he said, "So you're this beautiful when you dress up as a woman." Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Yangshuang's peerless face did not show any emotion. Her red lips were tender, but there was no smile that could overturn a nation. It was only coldly embellished on her ice-cold face. Her cold temperament was undoubtedly telling others to stay away. She did not have any intention of paying attention to Du Xiaofu, as if she did not know Du Xiaofu at all. "Xiaofu, what happened to your nose?" Yuan Shanshan's beautiful figure arrived. As soon as she entered the hall, she saw Du Xiaofu's injured nose. She immediately felt distressed and asked anxiously, "Aunt Shan, I accidentally touched it." Du Xiaofu glanced at Ouyang Shuang who was sitting next to him and replied to Yuan Shanshan, "You child, how could you be so careless and hurt your nose so badly? Yesterday your sister also bit her own lip. You two children." Yuan Shanshan sighed helplessly and then introduced Ouyang Shuang to Du Xiaofu lovingly. "Come, let me introduce you to your sister. I mentioned her to you yesterday. She's 3.5 years older than you. When your sister was born, your mother was also by my side. But when your mother gave birth to you, I wasn't by her side. Sister Shuang." Du Xiaofu immediately pretended to be extremely polite and went to Ouyang Shuang's side, appearing extremely intimate and enthusiastic. "Yes." Ouyang Shuang couldn't help but slightly nod her head in response. She already knew this kid's identity from her mother. She was a little surprised. This kid's father was actually the person her father often mentioned, the person who was once an illustrious figure. "Sister Shuang, could it be that you don't like me? Why are you so cold to me?" Du Xiaofu seriously looked at Ouyang Shuang and said, "Is there something about me that you don't like? I'll change, okay?" Just as Du Xiaofu's voice faded, Yuan Shanshan's gaze looked at Ouyang Shuang and gently reprimanded, "Girl, how can you be so cold to your brother? Your brother has just arrived in Lanling Prefecture City. You can't bully him." Ouyang Shuang instantly stood up as a smile appeared on her beautiful face. This smile was enough to cause the downfall of cities and empires. She then said to her mother, "Mother, I'm not being cold to little brother. I was just thinking about cultivation. Since little brother Xiaofu is here, I can't be happier." "That's good. In the future, you have to take care of your brother. Don't let him suffer any grievances," Yuan Shanshan seriously said to Ouyang Shuang before a satisfied smile appeared on her face. "I will." Ouyang Shuang nodded her head and turned around. With her back facing her mother, she looked at Du Xiaofu. Her face immediately darkened and her large eyes were clearly filled with warning anger. Her voice was unusually gentle as she said, "Brother Xiaofu, I will definitely take good care of you in the future." How could Du Xiaofu not see that Ouyang Shuang was clearly holding a grudge against him? His gaze shifted as he said, "Sister Shuang, you won't hit me in the future, right?" "Silly child, why would I hit my brother? If your sister dares to bully you, just tell me. At that time, I will properly teach her a lesson. She lovingly stroked Du Xiaofu's forehead as she said, Sister Shuang, you heard it. If you bully me, I will tell Aunt Shan. Du Xiaofu weakly smiled as he looked at Yang Shuang and said, You. Yang Shuang was so angry that she continuously stomped her feet. However, because her mother was present, there was nothing she could do. The servants in the residence had already prepared breakfast. It was various kinds of exquisite pastries and porridge. Du Xiaofu wolfed down a lot of food. For cultivators, as their cultivation grew stronger, they would slowly not feel hungry. It was said that once one's cultivation reached a certain level, one would be able to completely abstain from eating and would no longer need to eat. Du Xiaofu clearly felt that he would not have any problems if he did not eat for a day. However, after seeing food, he could not help but feel hungry. Yang Shuang sat upright and only tasted a little. She did not eat much. On the other hand, Yuan Shanshan mostly looked at Du Xiaofu from the side. She was afraid that Du Xiaofu would not be full, so she continuously urged Du Xiaofu to eat more. Not long after, Yang Shuang found an excuse to leave. Du Xiaofu chatted with Aunt Shan for a while and then left. But on the way, he met Huang San. From Huang San, he found out that Han Xian had come to Lanling Palace and was looking for him. He came to the Lanling residence to look for me, not the residence master? Du Xiaofu was puzzled. After all, this was the Lanling residence and not the Du family. Young Master Xiaofu, that's what Han Xian said. I arranged for him to wait in the side hall. Not only did he come, but he also brought that Lin brat from yesterday. Huang San added, he was carried here. That Lin brat was probably beaten up by Han Xian after we beat him up. He looked quite pitiful and was not far from death. Du Xiaofu thought for a while and then said to Huang San, Go and tell Han Xian that I have no time to see him. Young Master Xiaofu, that Han Xian probably came because of the matter with the city guards last night. I'm afraid he's here to explain. Huang San said. I know, but this has nothing to do with me. I'm actually not a member of the Lanling residence. I won't interfere in this kind of matter. Du Xiaofu nodded. How could he not know Han Xian's intentions? It was not easy for him to get away from yesterday's matter. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was not willing to involve himself again. Yesterday, Du Xiaofu's original intention was to protect Murong Yorua and Dai Xingyu. Later, because of Murong Yorua's message, he went to the old garden. Now that he knew that Yang Shuang was protecting Murong Yorua, there was nothing to worry about. What if Han Xian doesn't leave? What if he goes to the residence master? Huang San was a little worried that the city lord would know about what happened last night. After all, going to the old garden wasn't a very glorious thing. Du Xiaofu smiled and interrupted Huang San's words. The residence master is in seclusion. He can't find him even if he wants to. Besides, he won't find the residence master. If he wants to find him, it's his father. What qualifications does he have to find the residence master? Just ignore him. Huang San nodded. He seemed to understand and said, Young Master Xiaofu, what about the commander of the city guards last night? Didn't we hand him over to the Lanling residence's private army? I believe that Commander Zhang and the others will know what to do. Du Xiaofu said. In the Lanling residence, Du Xiaofu didn't know what to do. He wanted to cultivate, but there was no suitable place. He wanted to see the residence master as soon as possible so that he could leave when the time comes. At noon, Du Xiaofu left the Lanling residence alone and went to the old residence. Dai Xingyu and the king's scaled demon tiger were still in the old residence. When Du Xiaofu arrived at the old residence, he was a little stunned. He didn't expect that Yang Shuang would also be there. She was wearing the same clothes as this morning. When she stood together with Murong Yorua, they were both equally captivating. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. Roar! The king-scaled demon tiger growled, and went to Du Xiaofu's side, as if it was being pardoned. Big brother Xiaofu. Dai Xingyu went to Du Xiaofu's side affectionately. When Ouyang Shuang saw Du Xiaofu, her eyes were filled with displeasure. It was as if Du Xiaofu owed her a few 100,000 profound coins. She said, "Why are you here?" "I came to see Xingyu." Du Xiaofu glanced at Ouyang Shuang and said in his heart, "Didn't I just bite you and scratch where I shouldn't have? The premise is that you also bite me. I didn't expect you to be a family. It really surprised me. If I had known earlier, what happened last night wouldn't have happened." Murong Yurua walked lightly and stood between Du Xiaofu and Ouyang Shuang. She smiled and looked apologetic. "It's okay," Du Xiaofu said generously. Ouyang Shuang, who was next to him, glared fiercely at Du Xiaofu. Murong Yura looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Xiaofu, you came at the right time. We are planning to go for a walk on the street. Why don't you come with us?" "Okay, if Big Brother Xiaofu comes with us, we won't be afraid of encountering bad people," Dai Xingyu said happily. Today is the third watch. Chapter 135. Before Du Xiaofu could agree, Dai Xingyu's slender arms had already wrapped around Du Xiaofu's slender arms. She half pulled, half dragged Du Xiaofu out of the residence. Looking at Du Xiaofu and Dai Xingyu's backs, Ouyang Shuang's delicate face twitched slightly. She seemed a little reluctant. "You should go out for a walk. Isn't today pretty good? If you go out, who knows how many men will be charmed to death." Murong Yurua smiled at Ouyang Shuang's female outfit, as if she was extremely satisfied with Ouyang Shuang's female outfit today. "I'm not interested in those stinky men." Ouyang Shuang raised her head and said to Murong Yurua, "You know how I feel about you. The one I like is you. In any case, I'm not interested in men." Murong Yurua smiled and said, "I've said it before. I'm a friend, a sister, and a close friend. When you meet the man you like in the future, you won't think that women are better than men. After all, you're just a woman, and a beautiful one at that." Ouyang Shuang seemed to want to say something, but Murong Yurua directly pulled Ouyang Shuang's fair hand and walked out of the residence. In the bustling Lanling Prefecture city, the wide streets were bustling with activity. People shuttled back and forth, and from time to time, the clamor of hawking could be heard. Dai Xingyu pulled Du Xiaofu, and Murong Yurua pulled Ouyang Shuang. The four of them strolled along the bustling streets. Not far behind them, a yellow-striped kitten followed. The four of them walked together. With Murong Yurua and Ouyang Shuang's beauty, and Dai Xingyu's slender figure despite her young age, they naturally attracted a lot of attention along the way. Du Xiaofu also attracted countless envious and jealous gazes. In the eyes of outsiders, a man accompanied by 3 women, and 3 very beautiful women at that. Especially the 2 at the back, they were simply devastatingly beautiful. This was definitely a sign of good fortune in love affairs. However, only Du Xiaofu knew that the 2 women behind him had nothing to do with him. The one beside him was a little girl, and he treated her as his younger sister. As the 4 of them strolled around, many people immediately recognized Murong Yorua's identity. After all, Murong Yorua's reputation as the most popular courtesan in her hometown was not ordinary. Although there were countless blazing gazes falling on Murong Yorua and Ouyang Shuang, it did not bring any trouble to Du Xiaofu. Whether it was Murong Yorua or Ouyang Shuang, although they were both beautiful and moving, their temperament was enough to keep ordinary lecherous men away. Strolling leisurely along the way, Du Xiaofu finally knew what a hard job was. In addition to having to compete with Ouyang Shuang's gaze, Murong Yorua and Dai Xingyu had not been idle. They bought a lot of clothes of various colors, a lot of small accessories, and a lot of snacks for Dai Xingyu. On the bustling street, Murong Yorua's purple dress could not hide her moving figure. Her waist was tied up, and some white jade was faintly exposed under her slender neck. Her long black hair was as shiny as ink, and naturally draped over her waist. She was less cold than Ouyang Shuang, but more charming and otherworldly. She was as beautiful as a fairy walking out of a painting. She pulled Ouyang Shuang's arm, looked at Du Xiaofu beside her, and then looked at Ouyang Shuang. She smiled faintly and said, "You two are siblings. Why do you look unhappy?" "I have nothing to do with that annoying boy," Ouyang Shuang said softly. No matter how she looked at that boy, she felt uncomfortable. Especially when she thought of the sound of teeth on his chin and lower lip, she was so angry that her teeth itched. She did not like men, but she did not expect that boy to bite her mouth. At this time, that boy still had her mother to protect him, and she could not do anything to him. The more she looked at him, the more sullen she became. "You are angry about what happened last night, right?" Murong Yorua said. Ouyang Shuang did not say anything else. That aura that kept people at arm's length gave people a breathtaking feeling at this moment. Her long green dress fluttered, like a green immortal flower on the misty immortal mountain. She did not attract any dust and was so different from the rest. "Brother Xiaofu, Sister Shuang doesn't seem to like you very much. Why?" Dai Xingyu seemed to have sensed the atmosphere between Du Xiaofu and Ouyang Shuang. She secretly whispered to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu slightly looked at the beautiful figure in the blue dress. Her behavior was elegant and her temperament was outstanding. When she did not speak, she was extremely moving. Looking at the two women who were extremely intimate, although Du Xiaofu knew that there was nothing between Murong Yorua and Ouyang Shuang, for some reason, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Then, he lowered his head and whispered to Dai Xingyu, "She can't beat me in a fight, so she doesn't like me. So that's how it is." Dai Xingyu murmured for a while. Then, she seriously looked at Du Xiaofu with her clear eyes and said, "Brother Xiaofu, although you are younger than Sister Shuang, she is a woman after all. She can't beat you. You have to give in to her." Du Xiaofu was dumbfounded. He thought to himself, "How is she a woman? When they fight, she is even more manly than a man. I can't beat her. If I give in to that tomboy, I'm afraid I won't be able to beat her." However, he didn't expect that a woman could like another woman. Women like women. If these two women really get together, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. He couldn't help but sigh. It would be a pity if those two women got together. In the bustling Lanling Prefecture city, there were countless streets and vast areas. It was inevitable that there would be some chaos in some places every day. As long as it wasn't too close to the center of Lanling Prefecture city and Lanling Prefecture city, no one would care. This was a world where strength was respected. There were some things that no one would care about. Swoosh, on the street, a young man drenched in blood was running at full speed. One of his hands was clutching his abdomen. His 5 fingers were dripping with blood. His face was pale as blood dripped down the street. The bustling crowd on the street automatically parted as they looked at the young man running. Their gazes were filled with curiosity, but the gazes in their eyes were indifferent. "You can't run away. Prepare to die." Behind the young man, there were many shouts. More than a dozen figures were holding swords. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they chased after the young man. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. These people are so despicable. So many of them are bullying one person. That person is so pitiful. Dai Xingyu looked at the figure that was getting closer and closer. Her clear eyes were filled with pity and sympathy. She looked up at Du Xiaofu as if she was hoping that Du Xiaofu could help her. In her heart, this brother Xiaofu beside her definitely had the ability to do so. He seems to be from the Dongxing Hall. The Dongxing Hall is getting stronger and stronger. The one being chased seems to be from the Star Dragon Gang. Does the Dongxing Hall want to destroy the Star Dragon Gang? The Dongxing Hall has annexed several small forces recently. It's normal that they want to annex the Star Dragon Gang. It's said that the Dongxing Hall has a big backer recently. That's why their power has increased so much. Brother Xiaofu, Dai Xingyu finally couldn't bear it anymore. She wanted to save the young man, but when she looked up again, the purple-robed young man beside her had disappeared. Bang! The young man who was drenched in blood finally fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with despair. "You're from the Star Dragon gang." At this moment, a purple-robed young man appeared beside the young man who had fallen. He lowered his head slightly and asked the young man. Blood seeped out from the corner of the tight-fitting young man's mouth. He raised his head slightly. His pale face contained some shock as he looked at the purple-robed young man who had suddenly appeared. For some unknown reason, this resolute face seemed to give him a feeling that he had seen it before in Star Dragon. However, he was unable to recall it at this moment. "Who are you?" The young man who was drenched in blood glanced at the purple-robed young man. His eyes were filled with vigilance as he looked at the dozen figures who had caught up with him. His eyes were filled with despair. "Don't worry. I'm not here to kill you. You just have to tell me whether you're from the Star Dragon gang or not. No matter what, I've saved your life." Du Xiaofu looked at the young man and said. Hearing this, the young man's despairing eyes were suddenly filled with hope. But looking at the young face, he was still rather doubtful. But at this time, he had no other choice and no way out. He nodded and said, "I am a disciple of the Star Dragon gang." The Star Dragon gang. Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly flickered. He threw an elixir to the young man and said, "Your injuries are too serious. Take the elixir first." The young man took the elixir. He seemed to be wondering why this young man whom he had met by chance would help him. He hesitated for a moment and immediately swallowed the elixir. As the elixir entered his throat, a gentle medicinal power suddenly spread through his body. It went along his limbs and bones and finally rushed to the wound on his abdomen. It seemed to immediately stop the bleeding from the wound. The feeling of powerlessness in his body was also expelled a lot. This elixir was definitely extraordinary. Whoosh, whoosh. In this short delay, the more than a dozen big men who were full of murderous aura and holding swords also caught up. They immediately surrounded Du Xiaofu and the injured young man in the middle. Ouyang Shuang looked at Du Xiaofu, who was surrounded not far away. There was no fluctuation in her big and beautiful eyes. Her cold temperament was undoubtedly telling people to stay away. It was as if she didn't know Du Xiaofu at all. Murong Yura looked ahead, but she wasn't worried. She had seen Du Xiaofu's strength yesterday and knew about the relationship between Du Xiaofu and the Lanling Prefecture. Naturally, there was nothing to worry about. Chapter 136. Little Circle Circle, don't be afraid. Big Brother Xiaofu will be fine. Dai Xingyu hugged the king's scaled demonic tiger once again. Her clear eyes were filled with worry as her heart thumped. "Little brother, these people are from Dongxing Hall. Thank you for your help, but there are too many of them. You should leave first." The young man in tight clothes struggled to get up. Looking at the dozen or so large men brimming with killing intent, he said to Du Xiaofu, "Dongxing Hall." Du Xiaofu's brows twitched slightly. Looking at the dozen or so large men brimming with killing intent, he said, "You guys leave. I don't seem to like you guys. If you make me do it, you will regret it." "Where did this immature brat come from? You're courting death." A large man who looked like the leader stared at Du Xiaofu with a dark gaze. Killing intent filled his eyes as he coldly shouted to his companions, "Kill the two of them together. Do it. Kill." The dozen or so people laughed sinisterly as they nodded. Killing intent gushed out as the profound energy around their bodies surged. They waved the large blades in their hands and were about to slash at Du Xiaofu and the young man in tight clothes. At this moment, the young man in tight clothes had a look of despair in his eyes. He was already prepared to fight with his life on the line. Suddenly, everyone's vision blurred. Then, the figure of the purple-robed youth disappeared from their eyes. Immediately after, a series of faint golden afterimages swept out, and a series of low muffled sounds abruptly rang out, bang bang bang. Low sonic booms rang out as the dozen or so figures flew backwards in extremely miserable postures. In the end, they slowly came to a stop after rubbing against the ground for more than 10 meters. The blades in their hands fell to the ground as they could not help but spit out blood. The auras on their bodies had completely dissipated. My divine watchtower is broken. My divine watchtower is also broken. The dozen or so men whose faces were filled with killing intent earlier were now all screaming and wailing. The divine watchtowers in all of their bodies had been broken. For martial cultivators, this was equivalent to crippling their cultivation. They would never be able to cultivate again. More than 10 people raised their heads and looked at the purple-robed youth with faces full of shock. They never would have thought that they would be crippled in less than a single exchange and become crippled from then on. It's your turn. Du Xiaofu's figure finally arrived in front of the leader. The burly man was already trembling with fear. He looked at Du Xiaofu with fear in his eyes. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his hoarse voice was filled with fear. He said, "Boy, we are from Dongxing Hall. If you dare to touch me, Dongxing Hall will not let you go." Bang! Before the burly man could finish his words, his body was sent flying. His body was dripping with blood. When his body smashed onto the ground, he had already lost all signs of life and could no longer get up. The tight-fitting young man stared blankly at the purple-robed young man in front of him. He was stunned and his throat sucked in a breath of cold air. He did not expect that this purple-robed young man who looked so young would have such a terrifying strength. What a strong young man! Around the street, many people exclaimed in amazement. After coming back to his senses, the tight-fitting young man carefully asked Du Xiaofu, "You are?" Du Xiaofu came to the side of the tight-fitting young man and did not look at the people from Dongxing Hall on the ground. "Is there a person called Du Yunlong in the Star Dragon gang?" The tight-fitting young man was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly nodded at Du Xiaofu and said, "Yes, he is one of the leaders of our Star Dragon gang. However, I'm afraid that he is currently surrounded by the experts of Dongxing Hall outside the city. Dongxing Hall has sent out many experts to uproot our Star Dragon gang." "Outside the city? Where is it outside the city? Tell me quickly." Du Xiaofu's expression changed greatly as he looked at the tight-fitting young man and asked. A chill suddenly gushed out from his eyes, causing the surrounding temperature to drop for no reason. Under the chilling gaze of that deep gaze, the tight-fitting young man trembled and his hair stood on end. He said in surprise, "I don't know, but it shouldn't be far from the city. Leader Du and the others have just escaped from the city, so it shouldn't be too far." "Little tiger." Du Xiaofu's figure swept out. On his resolute face, the gaze in his eyes was enough to kill. Before leaving the Stone City, Du Xiaofu learned from his second uncle that his second brother, Du Yunlong, was working in the Star Dragon gang in Lanling Prefecture City. When he heard the 3 words, Star Dragon gang, Du Xiaofu immediately took action. Now that he heard about the Star Dragon gang and that his second brother was in danger, he immediately became anxious. Roar! The king-scaled demon tiger understood and immediately jumped out of Dai Xingyu's arms. Its body landed on the ground and under the gazes of Dai Xingyu and the surrounding crowd, it transformed into a ferocious tiger that was several meters long. "Help me take care of the people from the Star Dragon gang. If I don't return later, help me tell Aunt Shan that I have something to do. I will return once I'm done, so there's no need to worry." Du Xiaofu looked at Ouyang Shuang and said. He then leaped and immediately sat on the back of the king-scaled demon tiger. Roar! The king-scaled demon tiger had been sullen for 2 days. As Du Xiaofu leaped onto it, it immediately roared and spread its wings. Its body continued to expand as it soared into the air. Finally, its 200 feet large body circled in the air, bringing with it a storm caused by the flap of its wings as it disappeared in the direction of the outskirts of the city at lightning speed. Little Circle is a demon tiger. Dai Xingyu witnessed everything that had just happened. When she thought of how she had been holding Little Circle in her arms for the past 2 days, her face immediately turned pale with fear. This little fellow. Murong Yurua's beautiful eyes faintly moved. Only now did she know that Du Xiaofu had left Little Circle in the old mansion for the past 2 days to secretly protect their safety. Ripples rose in her heart. There's actually a pulse spirit stage demon beast. Ouyang Shuang's large eyes finally showed some ripples. Mountains and mountain ranges extended into the distance. In the depths of a canyon in the mountain range, there were no less than 100 people standing together with grave expressions. Everyone's gazes were focused on the blocked road ahead. There were no less than 200 people in martial attire and wielding blades blocking the road. Their eyes were suffused with a scarlet color. At the front of the 100 people stood a young man in his early 20s. He wore a cloud robe and had black hair that reached his shoulders. His black hair was not tied up and slightly fluttered in the wind. His muscular body was stained with traces of blood, and his scarlet eyes made him look like a ferocious beast. More than 100 people clustered around him. Their faces were pale and their eyes were scarlet. They clenched their weapons tightly and vigilantly looked ahead. These people were of different ages. The older ones were old, the younger ones were only around 20 years old, and there were even younger ones. However, they all had one thing in common. They all had a badge embroidered on their shoulders. The badge was embroidered with 5 stars and a dragon pattern. Commander Du, what should we do now? A young man looked ahead and asked the muscular young man leading the group. Hearing this, the muscular young man slightly raised his head. His shoulder-length black hair fluttered in the wind. There was a faint glow of profound energy flowing on his bronze skin. On his fierce face, his eyes were scarlet. He said in a deep voice, "We might still have a chance to survive if we fight to the death. Those who can escape should do so. Dongxing Hall has already prepared for a large-scale attack on our Star Dragon Gang. The Star Dragon Gang will no longer exist. It's all because of that bastard Bao Kongyue. He actually betrayed the Star Dragon Gang and defected to Dongxing Hall. 2,000 of our Star Dragon Gang's disciples were killed or injured. If I can survive, sooner or later I will kill that bastard with my own hands." A middle-aged man in his 30s held his broadsword horizontally. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Du Yunlong, you can't escape. If you surrender, you might still have a chance to live. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Why do you have to put up a pointless struggle?" At the entrance of the valley, a muscular man in his 30s looked at the muscular young man with a cold smile. His eyes were cold and sinister. "Cho Jiang, do you think anyone will believe your words? I'm afraid that after we surrender, we will be defenseless. You will kill us even more ruthlessly." The young man in the cloud robe in the lead stared coldly at the muscular man in his 30s with scarlet eyes. He knew Cho Jiang's character and personality very well. "Haha, Du Yunlong, you are very smart at such a young age. However, this is no longer important. With your pulsation realm strength, you are no match for me. Give up resisting. As long as you surrender and join my Dongxing Hall, I can guarantee you the same position. It will definitely be better than in the Star Dragon Gang." The muscular man looked at the young man in the cloud robe and said in a deep voice. The young man in the cloud robe's eyes were still scarlet. He said, "No need. I am a member of the Star Dragon Gang. I was there when the Star Dragon Gang was founded. If you have the ability to kill me today, as long as I can leave, I will definitely destroy your Dongxing Hall in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura suddenly burst out from the young man in the cloud robe. He held a broadsword tightly in his hand. Runes flashed on it. His aura was fierce and unparalleled. Haha, when the muscular man called Cho Jiang saw this, he laughed wildly and said, "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Du Yunlong, you are courting death." The young man in the cloud robe held the broadsword tightly in his hand and violently stomped on the ground. A huge rock under his feet immediately cracked. He immediately rushed out and said, "Everyone, listen up. If you can leave, leave now. We will avenge our dead brothers in the future. Fight! Beside the cloud-robed young man, over 100 people hurriedly pounced out with scarlet eyes. Waves of profound energy surged. Although their individual strengths were not strong, when gathered together, their momentum was still shocking. It shook the space to the point that it trembled slightly, and the surrounding rocks shot out. You overestimate yourselves. Kill them. Don't let a single one of them go. Cho Jiang sneered when he saw the young man in the cloud robe and the others attack. As soon as he shouted, many people with fierce auras rushed out with their broadswords and attacked the young man in the cloud robe. Fight! The young man in the cloud robe shouted coldly. The broadsword in his hand swept out and directly cut a muscular man in half. However, at the same time, the hundreds of people around him were blocked and trapped by the 200 people in front of him. Chapter 137. Bang! 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 A bloody battle was about to break out. Blood splattered everywhere, followed by screams and wails. Go to hell! Cho Jiang swung his saber horizontally. A saber light accompanied by runes shot out. After killing a middle-aged man, his figure appeared in front of the cloud-robed youth. The two looked at each other with murderous intent. There was no need for words. They immediately attacked. Pulse Realm, Mysterious Realm. You are no match for me. Cho Jiang shouted. He raised his saber and a saber light swept towards the cloud-robed youth. The saber light broke through the air. The rune saber light tore through the air, causing the space to emit a whoosh sound. You will only know after you try. Complete Pulse Realm, Mysterious Realm might not be able to kill me. The cloud-robed youth shouted. He waved his saber to block the saber light. Whoosh! The two saber beams instantly collided and exploded. Profound chi exploded, directly shattering the gravel on the ground. From time to time, the saber beams would leave cracks on the rock. Bang! Bang! In a short period of time, the cloud-robed young man and Cho Jiang collided once again. The blade lights collided and the energy ripples from the blade lights surged. Both of them were knocked back at the same time, but then they collided again like lightning. After more than 10 moves, the cloud-robed youth was finally unable to hold on. After all, there was a difference of 2 levels between them. If it was only 1 level, he would not be afraid. Bang! Bang! The two collided and their figures separated again. As the saber light dissipated, the young man in the cloud robe was pushed back and blocked Cho Jiang's saber. However, Cho Jiang's left hand didn't have time to block it and landed directly on his body. Du Yunlong, you are no match for me. You are the #1 warrior of the Star Dragon League. Unfortunately, you are still a little lacking in front of me. If I let you grow for a few years, you might be able to compete with me. Now die. Cho Jiang sneered. He dragged his saber across the ground and walked towards the cloud-robed youth. The cloud-robed youth's eyes were scarlet and gloomy. He looked at Cho Jiang, who was walking towards him step by step. He clenched his saber tightly and stomped his feet on the ground again. His figure was like a beast that had finally erupted. On his saber, the saber light was like a waterfall that cut through the air and slashed towards Cho Jiang. Luminous saber art. Cho Jiang shouted coldly. The blade technique in his hand danced, and the profound chi around his body surged out violently. The runes on the blade flashed, and he attacked with all his strength. Finally, it turned into a blade light that directly blocked the battle blade of the young man in a cloud robe, causing the energy impact of the battle blade of the young man in a cloud robe to directly solidify and gradually dissipate. The young man's expression changed drastically. He wanted to withdraw his saber, but he found that it had been sucked in by a huge force. No matter how hard he tried, the saber wouldn't budge. In the end, your cultivation is still not enough. This hall will not give you any more time to grow. Cho Jiang sneered. Suddenly, a terrifying force burst out from his blade, and a ferocious force fiercely acted on the blade of his blade. Kaka! The saber bent from the middle of the blade into an astonishing arc, and then directly broke into pieces. Poochie! The moment the battle saber in the young man's hand broke, his body was immediately forced back. His hand was numb, and he finally spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Bang! Cho Jiang took the opportunity to rush out. His left hand was as fast as lightning, and a fist print shattered the defensive profound chi around the young man in a cloud robe. Then, the fist print fiercely smashed on the young man's chest. Poochie! The young man in a cloud robe suffered another heavy blow. His body was sent flying, and he fell heavily on a huge rock 10 meters away. The impact caused blood to drip from his mouth, and the huge rock behind him cracked. Hee. Cho Jiang sneered and walked forward step by step. Many people around wanted to stop him, but they couldn't even protect themselves. They were simply powerless to stop him. They could only watch as Cho Jiang held the cold blade and walked step by step toward the young man in a cloud robe. You're right. In fact, I would have killed you even if you had just surrendered. How can a fierce general of the Star Dragon Gang be left alive and become a big threat to the Dongxing Hall in the future? Cho Jiang raised his saber, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He immediately slashed his saber at the young man in a cloud robe who couldn't resist. Looking at Cho Jiang's saber, the young man in a cloud robe's pupils shrank. A hidden dagger faintly appeared in his right long sleeve. At this time, there was no other choice but to die together with Cho Jiang. However, at this moment, just when everyone thought that the young man in a cloud robe was dead for sure, a sharp sound of wind breaking suddenly came from the sky. A cold light with a faint golden light streaked across the sky like a golden lightning bolt, and finally struck Cho Jiang's raised saber fiercely. Ding! Sparks flew in all directions. A huge force surged on Cho Jiang's saber. He almost lost his grip on the saber, and his body staggered to one side. In a panic, Cho Jiang took a few steps to stabilize his body. His eyes suddenly changed color. The thing that hit his saber just now was a small dagger. It was thrown from a distance, but it still had such great strength. It was enough to show that the attacker's strength was amazing. This sudden turn of events caused the young man in a cloud robe to be stunned. Roar! At this moment, a tiger roar shook the sky. A gale surged in the air, and a huge flying tiger appeared. Everyone in the valley was so shocked that they stopped fighting. There were no demonic beasts in the mountain range outside the city. Everyone in the valley nervously raised their heads to look. They saw a huge flying tiger with a pair of wings, covered in king-patterned scales, flapping its wings as it flew over. The tiger's mouth was ferocious as it roared. When it spread its wings, it was at least 200 feet in size. In an instant it appeared in the sky. Whoosh! The ferocious tiger flapped its wings, and a gale surged in the air, sweeping up the sand and stones below. Heavens, that's a king-scaled demonic tiger! This king-scaled demonic tiger has probably reached the pulse spirit realm. Everyone looked at each other in shock. The terrifying huge demonic tiger flapped its wings and circled, making it difficult for people to breathe. The profound energy in their bodies was also blocked. On the back of the king-scaled demonic tiger, a purple-robed figure flew down from the sky and landed in front of the young man in a cloud robe. His tightly knitted eyebrows looked at the young man in a cloud robe and finally relaxed. Then, a smile appeared on his resolute face. The young man in a cloud robe struggled to stand up from the ground. He looked at the purple-robed youth, who had suddenly appeared on the back of a huge demonic tiger, like a god descending from the heavens to save his life. He looked at the young and resolute face, and the deep gaze under his sharp eyebrows. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. His body trembled, and his eyes suddenly became excited. He said in a trembling voice, "Old 3, you are old 3. Am I dreaming?" The young man in a cloud robe was in disbelief and was completely stunned. He never thought that the young man who descended like a god would actually be old 3. He was the one who was called a fool in the family back then because he was born with a crippled meridian, unable to cultivate. He was still in a daze and was secretly called a fool by others. Second brother, it's good that you are fine. Take the pill and leave the rest to me. Du Xiaofu smiled and came to the side of the young man in a cloud robe. He handed over a pill in his hand. Du Xiaofu could recognize the young man in a cloud robe from afar. He was the son of his second uncle, Du Yunlong, and also his second cousin. At the critical moment, Du Xiaofu took out a dagger from his qiankuan bag and threw it over. Fortunately, it came at the right time. If it had come a little later, Du Xiaofu sucked in a breath of cold air and was secretly terrified. Du Yunlong took the pill in Du Xiaofu's hand and swallowed it in a daze. His eyes were still fixed on the face in front of him, as if he did not recognize it. Was this really his third brother? Du Yunlong was still thinking that the next time he returned home, he would invite a powerful talisman master from the Lanling Prefecture city to visit his third brother. Even if he could not cultivate, it would be good as long as he was no longer an idiot. But now, whether it was the aura or temperament of his third brother, it was completely different. Commander. As Du Xiaofu and the huge king-scaled demonic tiger arrived, the disciples of the Star Dragon gang hurriedly got rid of the people from Dongxing Hall who were trying to intimidate the king-scaled demonic tiger and came to Du Yunlong's side. Their eyes fell on Du Xiaofu as if he was their savior. They could also tell that this person was definitely a brother of their commander. With the huge king-scaled demonic tiger, it would be enough for them to escape. Who are you? This is a grudge between our Dongxing Hall and the Star Dragon gang. It has nothing to do with outsiders. It's better if you don't interfere. Chou Jiang stared at the king-scaled demon tiger that was circling in midair, and then turned to look at Du Xiaofu's back. His expression had already turned serious. He had not expected Du Yunlong to know such a strong expert. Third brother, this person is the younger brother of Dongxing Hall's Hall Master Chou Shan. He is Dongxing Hall's Vice Hall Master Chou Jiang. He is at the complete pulsation realm and is very difficult to deal with. Hearing Chou Jiang's words, Du Yunlong said to Du Xiaofu with a slightly serious expression, "Second brother, I told you to let me do it. Don't worry, we brothers will talk later." Du Xiaofu smiled at Du Yunlong and then slowly turned around. He looked at Chou Jiang, who was not far away. His deep eyes suddenly darkened and a chill shot out. He said, "You want to kill my second brother. Do you think this has anything to do with me?" Second brother, hearing this, Chou Jiang's expression changed. He looked at the king-scaled demonic tiger circling in the air, and then squeezed out a smile. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "I think I must have some misunderstanding with Commander Du. I won't leave now. I'll leave now." After saying this, Chou Jiang wanted to leave. The huge king-scaled demonic tiger made him realize that he could not fight against it. No need to leave. If you end it yourself, I can leave your corpse intact. If you want me to do it, there won't even be a corpse left. Cold words came out of his mouth. How could Du Xiaofu let go of someone who wanted to kill his second brother? Today is the third watch period. Little Yu made some adjustments yesterday and today. Then he will prepare for the next update. I would also like to tell everyone about the update time. The normal update time is 12 noon, 5 p.m., and 10 p.m. If there are any special circumstances, Little Yu will inform you in advance. When the time comes, I hope everyone can understand. After all, everyone will have some last-minute things happen. In addition, Little Yu would also add more chapters to the rewards given by his brothers and sisters in the future. Every 50,000 chasing wave coins would be a step, and Little Yu would add 3 chapters. If a guild master or commander appeared at once, Little Yu would add 4 or 8 chapters. If he added too many chapters, he wouldn't be able to finish them in a day, and could only add chapters separately. His brothers and sisters could supervise him, and Little Yu wouldn't slack off. I also ask all readers to support the original version. After all, reading the original version is the greatest support and little U's greatest motivation. Little U will update 5 times tomorrow. Little U will update 5 times tomorrow. Little U will work hard until 6 times tomorrow. Little U is afraid that it will affect him in the long run. Brothers, please forgive me. Little U did some calculations. In the future, he will try his best to maintain an average of 5 to 6 times a day. This is the limit. Any more and he will be hospitalized. Chapter 138. Sir, we are from the Eastern Prosperity Hall. Our Eastern Prosperity Hall has a close relationship with the White Tiger sect. Cho Jong's gaze slightly trembled. He knew that he would not be able to deal with the king's scaled demonic tiger. However, with his relationship with the White Tiger sect, even the youth before him would not dare to touch him. In the entire Lanling Prefecture city, no one would dare to touch the White Tiger sect. White Tiger sect. Du Xiaofu slightly lifted his head, before looking at the king's scaled demonic tiger circling in midair, and softly said, "Kill!" Roar. The king's scaled demonic tiger roared, as its enormous body swooped down, pouncing directly towards Cho Jiang. The murderous intent in its eyes spread. Not good. Cho Jiang's expression turned ugly. He did not expect that the other party would not even place the White Tiger sect in his eyes. As he sensed the terrifying aura from the king's scaled demonic tiger, he hastily kept the blade in his hand into his Qiankuan bag. His hand seals rapidly changed, as he activated the martial veins in his body. Vigorous, profound energy accompanied by rays of light from symbols instantly condensed into a giant blue python shadow behind him. Hiss hiss. A bloody stench spread out from the giant blue python shadow, as its tongue extended and retracted at lightning speed. However, its illusory eyes seemed to be filled with dread as it looked at the king's scaled demonic tiger. However, under Cho Jiang's command, it still charged towards the king's scaled demonic tiger like lightning. Roar. The king's scaled demonic tiger roared, as if it did not place the giant blue python shadow in its eyes. It flapped its wings and pierced through the air, as mysterious symbols faintly fluctuated on its tiger claws, emitting a faint golden glow. Then, an extremely domineering tiger claw directly grabbed the giant blue python shadow's body. Chi Lala. A terrifying shockwave accompanied by some faintly discernible symbol fluctuations, as a large gale unfurled, causing the surrounding rocks and sand to fly. The crowd watched as the giant blue python shadow was directly torn apart by the king's scaled demonic tiger's claw, as Cho Jiang's body was sent flying. Cho Jiang violently vomited blood from his mouth, as his body was sent flying backwards. His eyes were filled with shock. The king's scaled demonic tiger before him was much stronger than he had imagined. Roar. Unfortunately, Cho Jiang no longer had the chance. The king's scaled demonic tiger's huge body swooped down and appeared in front of Cho Jiang in an instant. Its ferocious bloody mouth seemed to want to swallow the space and directly swallowed Cho Jiang into its mouth. Vice Hall Master is dead. Run, run. Seeing Cho Jiang, the Vice Hall Master, die in the mouth of the terrifying king's scaled demonic tiger, the disciples of Dongxing Hall, who were so scared that their legs turned to jelly, no longer dared to attack. They began to flee in all directions. Roar! The king's scaled demon tiger roared and flapped its wings in pursuit. Immediately, miserable shrieks and howls filled the canyon. Du Yunlong swallowed the elixir and felt much better in his body. Watching the huge king's scaled demonic tiger attack, he was dumbfounded. Looking at the back of the purple-robed youth, he was also shocked and happy. He did not know what had happened to his third brother in the family all these years, but now he was sure that his third brother was no longer the foolish young master he used to be. Du Xiaofu turned around and looked at his second brother, Du Yunlong, behind him. With a smile in his eyes, he said, "I didn't expect second brother to have already reached the mysterious level of the pulsating realm. I'm afraid it won't be long before you can catch up to second uncle. I'm still not good enough. Compared to those experts, I'm still far from them. Du Yunlong looked at Du Xiaofu, and then asked in confusion, Third brother, why did you come to Lanling Prefecture City? How did you know I was here? It's a long story. I'll tell you in detail later. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept over the many injured Star Dragon gang members behind his second brother, Du Yunlong, and asked, What happened to you? We were betrayed by a traitor in the Star Dragon gang. Unfortunately, the expert's cave will fall into the hands of the Dongxing Hall. The Dongxing Hall is afraid that the information will be leaked, so they want to uproot the Star Dragon gang, Du Yunlong said to Du Xiaofu. Expert's cave? What expert's cave? Du Xiaofu immediately asked Du Yunlong curiously. Du Yunlong said with a hint of regret, Not long ago, the president and I accidentally discovered it in the Thousand Caves. There were energy fluctuations in one of the caves, and there was also a seal. Rumor has it that a long time ago, an expert died in a great battle near the Thousand Caves. Many of the caves in the Thousand Caves are traces of that battle. Therefore, we suspect that it is very likely to be the cave dwelling of that expert who died a long time ago. There might be the inheritance of that expert inside. If we can obtain that expert's inheritance, the benefits would be extraordinary. Du Yunlong's voice paused for a moment, and his eyes were filled with coldness and unwillingness. He said, I'm afraid that Qiu Shan and that traitor of the Dongxing Hall have already arrived at the Thousand Caves. Expert's cave, expert's inheritance? Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up when he heard this. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then looked at Du Yunlong and asked, Second brother, how strong is Qiu Shan from the Dongxing Hall? He just reached the Pulse Spirit Realm. He's not weak in Lanling Prefecture City. After Du Yunlong finished speaking, he seemed to have sensed something. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Third brother, do you want to go to the Thousand Caves? Just reached the Pulse Spirit Realm? Du Xiaofu smiled, then asked Du Yunlong, Second brother, is the Thousand Caves far? Du Yunlong looked at the king-scaled demon tiger that was chasing after the Dongxing Hall disciples in the distance and said, If you walk there, it's naturally very far. You might not be able to get there in a few days. However, you have a Pulse Spirit Realm king-scaled demon tiger as a mount. I'm afraid that less than an hour will be enough. After pausing for a moment, Du Yunlong looked at Du Xiaofu with some worry and said, Third brother, they have a lot of people. Moreover, the Dongxing Hall has recently attached themselves to the White Tiger sect. This time, there might be experts from the White Tiger sect accompanying them. Second brother, do you want the expert's cave to be taken by the Dongxing Hall? Du Xiaofu looked at Du Yunlong and asked. Du Yunlong raised his eyebrows. His well-built body suddenly straightened. His eyes flashed and he said, Third brother, I'll go with you. If there really is an expert's inheritance, even if I can't get it, the Dongxing Hall won't get it. Sooner or later, I'll make them pay for this. Okay, we'll go together. Du Xiaofu smiled. From what he remembered from when he was young, his second brother was not someone who would back down. Then, Du Xiaofu called back the king-scaled demon tiger that was chasing after the Dongxing Hall disciples. Du Yunlong asked the disciples of the Star Dragon gang to hide nearby. Then, he and Du Xiaofu jumped onto the king-scaled demon tiger's back and headed to the Thousand Caves. The Thousand Caves, a place 2,000 miles away from the Lanling Prefecture City. In the depths of the mountain range there were continuous mountains. The reason why the Thousand Caves was called the Thousand Caves was because there was a large rocky valley surrounded by huge rock pits. There were at least 1,000 of them. Some of the caves were connected by winding paths. Many fierce beasts lived in them. It was said that there were even demonic beasts' nests in the Thousand Cave. A long, long time ago, there was a legend about the Thousand Cave. It was said that 1,000 years ago, two experts had a great battle near the Thousand Cave. Many of the caves were left behind by the two experts. Unfortunately, one of them died near the Thousand Cave. Many adventurers and treasure hunters had searched the 1,000 caves, but they had found nothing. After all, it was just a legend. Later, it was forgotten by everyone. However, the legend had been passed down, but no one cared. After all, it was something that happened thousands of years ago. Among the bare rocks, it was rare to see a lush green area. However, in the mountain streams, one could occasionally see water splashing water droplet. Near a valley, there were figures standing tall. Each of them held a blade and sealed off the entrance to the valley. Near a cave, there were dozens of figures standing in a cluster. The 3 middle-aged men in front were nervously looking at the cave in front of them. An old man in a wide robe was forming hand seals. Runes were constantly flying out and landing on a layer of invisible energy fluctuations above the cave. Walala! Inside the cave, as the runic hand seals fell, waves of energy fluctuations spread out from time to time, causing the eyes of those people to blaze. The legend is true. This seal was left behind by an expert. It has been thousands of years, and the seal has become much weaker. If it wasn't for the energy fluctuations inside, I'm afraid we wouldn't have discovered the seal in the cave. A middle-aged man in his 40s had a blazing look in his eyes. If we can obtain the inheritance of that expert, we'll be rich. A thin man with a pointy mouth and monkey-like cheeks had ripples in his eyes. Then, there was a faint trace of worry on his face. He said, "Shan Qinbai has been killed. The rest of the Star Dragon gang is not a concern, but that Du Yunlong must die. That kid is young, but he has been following Shan Qinbai. He has great prestige in the Star Dragon gang. If he doesn't die, the remaining members of the Star Dragon gang won't give up." Vice Hall Master Bao, don't worry. You are now one of the 2 Vice Hall Masters of my Dongxing Hall. The Star Dragon gang has been uprooted. What's more, my brother has found Du Yunlong's hiding place. I'm afraid that Du Yunlong has become a corpse by now. The middle-aged man in his 40s patted the shoulder of the monkey-like man and said, "Vice Hall Master Bao has made a great contribution to the Dongxing Hall this time. Please don't worry. Chiu Shan will not treat you unfairly." "Thank you, Hall Master Chiu." The monkey-like man heard this and smiled. He was very happy. "Be quiet. Elder Chiu is breaking the seal. Don't disturb Elder Chiu." A middle-aged man in his 40s looked back at the monkey-like man and the middle-aged man in his 40s, and then stopped talking. "Yes, Elder Liu." The 2 immediately nodded. Their attitudes were extremely respectful. Walala! In the air, the huge king-scaled demon tiger flapped its wings and flew as fast as lightning. Wherever it passed, the mountains and dense forests would undulate, and a storm would sweep through the air. Chapter 139. On the back of the king-scaled monstrous tiger, Du Xiaofu briefly told Du Yunlong about what had happened in Stone City and the Du family. Du Yunlong was also surprised to learn about the changes in Stone City and Drifting Cloud County. However, Du Xiaofu only spoke a few words about the matter between him and his drunkard father. As for the problem of him being able to cultivate, he didn't talk much about it either. Du Xiaofu also learned from his second brother Du Yunlong that Du Yunlong had been adventuring alone these past few years. In the beginning, he had wandered everywhere and encountered many dangerous situations. Later, he had established the Star Dragon gang with a few companions. As one of the founding members, he had also become the commander of the Star Dragon gang. In a short 2 years, the Star Dragon gang had also become more and more prosperous. However, not long ago, the vice president of the Star Dragon gang, Bao Kongyue, had sold the news to the Dongxing Hall because of the discovery of a cave that might contain the legacy of an expert. As a result, the president of the Star Dragon gang, Dan Qinbai, had been killed by the Dongxing Hall master, Chiu Shan. The experts of the Star Dragon gang had also been wiped out one by the people of the Dongxing Hall. Third brother, it's up ahead. Suddenly, on the back of the king-scaled monstrous tiger, Du Yunlong pointed to a rocky valley below, and said to Du Xiaofu, "Looks like there are quite a few of them." Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the sky below, then he asked Du Yunlong, "Second brother, how are your injuries?" "After taking your elixir, I'm fine now." Du Yunlong nodded. "That's good. Looks like they haven't succeeded yet." Du Xiaofu's gaze shifted as he said softly. At the entrance of the valley, a dozen or so Dongxing Hall disciples were blocking the way in. Suddenly, they saw someone approaching and one of them shouted, "This place has been sealed off by the Dongxing Hall. No one is allowed to set foot here. Violators will be killed without mercy." "You're courting death." Du Yunlong's figure shot out like lightning, a palm strike landing directly on the body of a Dongxing Hall disciple, sending his body flying. Roar! A huge ferocious tiger pounced from below, glaring fiercely. The tiger's claws fell, and a man holding a saber was directly smashed into pieces. The ferocious tiger opened its mouth, and directly swallowed another man. "It's a demonic beast. Run! This demonic beast is too strong. Run!" In their panic, the disciples of Dongxing Hall did not dare to stop them and directly fled up the valley. "Hey, there's a demonic beast!" roar. In front of the cave, the expressions of the three middle-aged men in the lead changed drastically. After looking at each other in dismay, the middle-aged man in his 40s, who was called Elder Lu, said, "Let's go and take a look. Don't disturb Elder Jiu from breaking the seal." As soon as he finished speaking, figures immediately rushed out of the cave. Roar! The tiger's roar was like thunder in the mountain forest. Just as Elder Lu and the rest rushed out of the cave, a huge demonic tiger leaped out of the cave, eyeing them covetously. A terrifying aura surged, causing the bodies of the weaker cultivators to tremble violently. The profound energy within their bodies was also blocked. "Hall Master, help! This demonic tiger killed many of our brothers." Many disciples of Dongxing Hall who had fled up the valley in a panic saw the people coming out of the cave, and immediately ran toward them as if they had seen their savior. The terrifying demonic tiger made them powerless and terrified. Along the way, many disciples of Dongxing Hall had been killed or swallowed into the stomach of the demonic tiger. A king-scaled demonic tiger at the Pulse Spirit Realm. Elder Lu's expression suddenly changed, and his face instantly became solemn. The terrifying aura of the king-scaled demonic tiger made him tremble with fear. "Du Yunlong, that boy is not dead. It's Du Yunlong, that boy is here." The thin man with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks suddenly looked at the two figures slowly walking out from behind the terrifying demonic tiger. When his eyes fell on the strong young man in a cloud robe, his whole body suddenly trembled. "Third brother, the one on the right is Bao Kongyue, the traitor of the Star Dragon Gang. The one in the middle is Qiu Shan, the hall master of Dongxing Hall." Du Yunlong frowned slightly and whispered to Du Xiaofu, "The one on the left is Lu Zhongming of the White Tiger sect. He should be at the Pulse Spirit Realm like Qiu Shan." The people of the White Tiger sect really intervened. White Tiger sect. Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. He Jun was the young master of the White Tiger sect. He did not expect that he would have to deal with the White Tiger sect now. Seeing Du Xiaofu's frown, Du Yunlong thought that Du Xiaofu was worried. He said, "Third brother, I can deal with Bao Kongyue at most, but the remaining Qiu Shan and Lu Zhongming are not easy to deal with. If we can't do it, there is hope. It's not too late to retreat. With the king-scaled demonic tiger, I believe they can't catch up with us. Second brother, you deal with that Bao Kongyue. Leave the rest to me and the little tiger." Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the nearly 300 disciples of Dongxing Hall. There were many of them in the Pulse Realm, but they probably couldn't do much. The only troublesome ones were the White Tiger sects Lu Zhongming and Qiu Shan. Looking at the king-scaled demonic tiger, the purple-robed youth, and Du Yunlong, Qiu Shan suddenly thought of something. His expression changed drastically, and he stared at Du Yunlong. He asked, "Du Yunlong, why aren't you dead yet? Where is my brother?" "Your brother's name is Qiu Jiang, right?" Du Xiaofu walked out and frowned slightly. Then, he looked at Qiu Shan and smiled. He is already dead. You don't have to look for him anymore. Kid, who are you? Qiu Shan's expression changed drastically when he heard this. A chill suddenly surged out. Du Xiaofu said, Who I am is not important. What's important is that Qiu Jiang wanted to kill my second brother, so I killed him. So you are Du Yunlong's brother. Since you killed my brother, I will kill you and your brothers to accompany him in death. As he shouted, a saber appeared in Qiu Shan's hand. It shone with a cold light. This saber was not at the level of a spirit weapon, but it was not far from it. Qiu Shan attacked furiously. His feet touched the ground, and his figure immediately rushed towards Du Xiaofu. The saber light cut through the air and arrived in front of Du Xiaofu in an instant. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger roared and pounced. It suddenly spread its wings, and at the same time, its tiger claws grabbed at Qiu Shan's saber. Its speed was much faster than Qiu Shan's. Swish! The tiger claws slapped on Qiu Shan's saber light and directly tore it apart. Then, the tiger claws carried a terrifying fluctuation of golden runes and hit the saber in Qiu Shan's hand at the same time. Dang dang! A huge impact shook Qiu Shan's palm. Blood flowed out, and at the same time, the saber in his hand fell to the ground. How can this demonic tiger be so strong? Qiu Shan was shocked. The king-scaled demonic tiger's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. He could not compete with it at all. This king-scaled demonic tiger is not ordinary. If we can kill it and get the mystic bones and essence blood, then this time's harvest will be amazing. Let's join forces and kill this king-scaled demonic tiger first. Lu Zhongming came to Qiu Shan's side and looked at the king-scaled demonic tiger. His eyes were burning with passion. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand seals changed and directly channeled his martial vein. A strange demonic eagle's vein spirit condensed. Everyone else, let's kill Du Yunlong and that kid together. Qiu Shan nodded. As his voice fell, he also changed his hand seals and channeled his martial vein. A wolf demonic beast's vein spirit condensed. Rumble! The two joined forces and attacked the king-scaled demonic tiger together with the vein spirit. A terrifying aura burst out. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger roared. It was not afraid of the two at all. It flapped its wings and charged at them. Du Xiaofu was not worried at all. After the king-scaled demonic tiger broke through to the mysterious level of the pulse spirit realm, it had already killed 3 initial pulse spirit realm cultivators in the Stone City. At this moment, Qiu Shan and Lu Zhongming were only 2 people. Naturally, they were not a match for the king-scaled demonic tiger. Let's kill Du Yunlong first. Bao Kongyue took the opportunity to shout loudly. He signaled the people behind him to kill Du Yunlong. As for the purple-robed youth, he did not seem to care too much about him. However, the Pulsation Realm cultivators in Dongxing Hall did not seem to listen to Bao Kongyue's words. They even secretly looked at her with disdain. However, after exchanging glances with each other, the hall master gave the order first. Then, many figures surrounded Du Yunlong. Third brother, be careful. Du Yunlong's eyes were serious. Although the strongest Pulsation Realm cultivators in Dongxing Hall were only at the mysterious level of the Pulse Realm, including Bao Kongyue, there were only 2 Pulsation Realm cultivators. However, there were no less than 8 initial Pulse Realm cultivators. There were many perfected innate realm cultivators. Under the siege, he could not help but be worried. He was even more worried for his third brother. Kill! In a short period of time, as soon as Du Yunlong's voice fell, a burly man who had just ascended to the Pulsation Realm picked on the soft persimmon. It seemed that the purple-robed youth was much easier to deal with. A fist instantly flew towards Du Xiaofu. Profound energy surged in front of the fist, and even the air was directly torn apart. With a sharp sound of breaking wind, the fist directly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Second brother, I said that you only need to deal with Bao Kongyue. Leave the rest to me. As soon as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, he saw the fist coming at him. A strange smile flashed across his eyes. His expression was indifferent. Instead of advancing, he retreated. He took a step forward and shook his arm. His right fist met the fist of the initial Pulse Realm cultivator in an overbearing manner. Bang! As the fists collided, a violent gust of wind swept out. Under Du Yunlong's fearful gaze, the sound of bones breaking came from the fist of the newly ascended Pulsation Realm man. Poochie! As the former's body was sent flying, blood spurted out of his mouth. He smashed into a stone wall in the distance. The stone wall trembled and cracks spread. He could no longer get up. Du Yunlong was flabbergasted by how he had killed an early-stage Pulsation Realm martial artist with one simple and clean move.